And now, live from the man cave, I'm not Larry. Larry's not here. Larry's not home. But we are here in the man cave in Livingston County, Constitutional County. Some great people. You can see the balcony there. And then we're going to go to the gay fish. Yeah, gay fish. And we're going to zoom out from that. So welcome to the show, everybody. We got an exciting show talking about energy, nuclear energy, and other energy dynamics, and talking about the automobile industry. Got two great guests tonight, as well as one of my returning co-hosts. You guys know Shane, even though he's trying to hide with that scruffy beard. Annessa.
Hi.
I don't have it printed. I didn't put last names on here for everything. No, I know Lippincott.
Yeah.
And James Benson. Got them both right. I will forget by the end. No, because I work on first names. But welcome, both of you, to the show. And I'm going to bring you in, Annessa, as right there. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. There. Nope.
That's me.
There.
Nope.
There.
We'll get there.
The black screen of doom.
Oh, where did it go? I had it. Did you guys see me have it all set up?
Yeah. Did it perfectly.
Yeah.
I had it all set up. Now,
It looks great. Y'all just have to believe him.
all right, I'm going back to the super source. Where am I at? I got to figure out which one it is. There's a secret button. I'll have it figured out here in a second. Because if I don't figure it out now, and it'll change. So she should be on, you should be on GoPros, and you should be number... Okay. So I might have to do a quick change on that to make sure that's right, because the minute I press this button, it's going to want to change it to the other setting. Okay, I'm going to do it. Here's my quick solution. You're going to lose this for just a second. Nessa, I'm going to do this. Boom, 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 boom. Shit. Oh, that's why. What an idiot. It's my fault. My fault. I forgot to double check it.
Oh, hey.
There we go. You know what it was? There's a good echo. And I got to unmute you guys. Figure out where we're at. Okay, now I'm getting an echo. We'll figure out how that works. Is it this button? Can you still hear us if I do that? Oh, it still gets an echo. How about that one? It was one of the other cameras. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was my fault. I had the band all set up for the show. This past. Oh, I just fixed the stand microphone. This is the way things work sometimes. You do all the prep. You do everything. We
gotta queue up the Benny Hill music.
I had the band set up for the big show that we had for my birthday, and that meant that I had two other cameras plugged into the board, and I didn't plug the other ones back in correctly.
As smooth as Democrat policy.
You know, exactly.
Chicago politics style.
Make sure your pack's on. Is it on? The red light's on?
Now?
There you go. Okay. There you go. Well, welcome, Annessa. It's good to have you. We're going to dive into a whole bunch of stuff. Is there any disclaimers we need to... Oh, I need to give a disclaimer, don't I?
Yes.
Dude, see what happens when you put me in charge? I blame the intern, which is me. Let's see. Let's go to this one. And I got to find a button there and make sure it's right. You know what? That's not going to work either. I guarantee it's not going to work. Oh, it did work. Why was it showing me a red button? Notice this podcast is raw, unfiltered, politically incorrect. We say Merry Christmas, Pledge of Allegiance, especially the part about one nation under God. We thank our troops for their service. We only recognize 2 genders, dangle, no dangle, check your equipment. As adults, we enjoy adult beverages. We cuss. We do not curse or swear. Look up the definitions, please. We love Jesus and hate religion and religious hypocrites. I'll say it nicely tonight. And if this offends you, you can leave. So there's that disclaimer ready to go. Then I'll go to Shane. Shane, is there anything you need to disclaim, knowing that you're the...
Anything that I say on this podcast is my own opinion, and not the opinion of the Michigan Republican Party or Jeremy Scott Gibbs or Autoworkers for Trump.
You don't have to throw me in there. I'd take
any other person who may be tarred by my words. So there we go. That's my disclaimer.
Okay, very nice. James, any disclaimers you need to give, buddy?
Yeah, same thing here. Basically, my opinion is my opinion, and anybody else's is theirs. So.
Okay, very good. And Annessa?
Yes, anything that I say is my own and not the opinion of anybody I work for currently or have worked for in the past. And also is not necessarily legal advice, I guess. I'm an engineer, not a lawyer.
There we
So
go.
I do argue.
That's a good one.
Right.
We don't want to hear from lawyers.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
These guys are
Then
pricks.
we'll forego any of the other ones. I do like to say the, never apologize, never explain, but...
That's right.
Yeah.
Never apologize and
never explain.
It's a sign of weakness.
All right, so we still did it. And here we go. And that button worked. Did you hear it? No, you didn't. It didn't.
And I think that people out here would do well, if you're watching, to understand that apologies do nothing with these monsters.
So from the time that I pushed the button until it went off, what was that, 3 seconds?
Nice little lag.
Let me see if the shotgun works. Shotgun worked. Right
Okay.
there. All right, so we're good. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to see where we're at. I know we're here with me and the table and then the rail. Oh, I can do it that way. Okay. So we want to talk about nuclear energy. We want to talk about that stuff. I wrote down a bunch of stuff in the notes, but I want to see where you guys are looking to start. Where would you like to start? Because Shane, you set this up, so
Yes.
I want to know I want to pick your brain to see where you were at, what you were thinking in this discussion. Because I found out during dinner or before you got here, James and Nessa are your brother and sister. So
Cousin.
cousins.
No,
Okay.
cousins.
See, I even fucked that.
Yep.
You're related. How about that?
We're related.
And I was like, all right, I didn't know how. Oh, my bad. Did I drop an F-bomb?
Yes.
It just flows. But I didn't know that. I was like, all right, he's got somebody talking about nuclear energy and the Autoworkers for Trump.
So some people
And
bring
I'm like-
receipts. I bring a cousin.
I'm like, okay, well, all right. Are we doing 2 segments? What are we going to do? And then I find out, no, you guys are related. We're good to go. So, Shane, what's your thoughts on how we proceed tonight with some of the points of the agenda, or what you think we should start with tonight?
Well, I think, I was talking James we did an event in Southfield about tariffs and questions about tariffs, and he was talking about nuclear energy. And then afterwards, he was like, we should do some sort of nuclear energy event or something to that effect. And
Okay.
I'm like, hey, I know this guy, Jeremy Scott Gibbs. He always loves a good in-depth conversation.
I love them.
And let's set that up. So that's why we're here today. And I think we should probably just get started by hearing about nuclear energy. How has it progressed over the years?
Yeah.
What is the current situation in terms of its development?
Yep.
And then we can kind of delve into questions that us as laymen might have. And
I went and worked at a nuclear plant for 7 years here in mid-Missouri.
Okay.
I went and worked at a nuclear plant for 7 years here in mid-Missouri.
Okay.
And while I was there, I was in reactor engineering and safety analysis. That's where I started off. And that was a lot of fun. Did things like new fuel receipt and fuel inspection for both dry cast storage and for new fuel. And also coming out of the reactor, you inspect the fuel every refueling outage to make sure that the fuel is not damaged so that it can go back and run for another 18 months. You don't want to have a leaker it's like a, I can get into that in a minute. Anyway, so did fuel inspections, also on the safety analysis side. Any nuclear is always prepared for accidents,
Okay.
any kind of accidents. Like there was 3 Mile Island, there was Chernobyl. What happened at Chernobyl could not happen at any site in the U.S. because it's a totally different reactor design.
Okay.
And they use a positive temperature moderator coefficient, or they have a positive temperature moderator coefficient, whereas we have a negative temperature moderator coefficient, which is a fancy way of saying moderator gets hot, which is like your water, or in the case of the US, or in the case of the Chernobyl design, it was graphite. If it gets hot, does it decrease the nuclear reaction or does it increase? And here it gets hot, the water expands, it doesn't moderate as well. Moderate means slow the neutrons down and cause more reactions. So it'll not slow the neutrons down so they can't cause more fissions. And so it naturally tries to shut the reactor down. In the case of the Chernobyl reactor, the hotter it gets, the better of a moderator it becomes. So the more reactions happen, and then it kind of gets away from you, like what happened there.
Okay.
So anyway, all kinds of like large break locas. A loca is a loss of coolant accident. 3 Mile Island had a loss of coolant accident because they were trying not to go water solid in their pressurizer, and all of the steam was blowing out. Just any kind of tornadoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, any kind of accident. So safety analysis evaluates the plant systems that are designed to keep the plant shut down for the mission time, which is 30 days
Okay.
for most systems. And a nuclear plant is designed to be able to be shut down and good to go for 30 days without any outside help.
Okay.
So did that there for a while. Then I went to operations, and I was a operations supervisor for a little while. Went to license class, and then I left license class because I had a baby, and having a baby in license class is really, really, really hard. And if you're doing good, they still, like, there's some people that are just really mad about that for some reason. Like, why are you doing well and have this
they
kid
hate
at home?
success.
Yes,
Yeah.
they were upset that I was still trying to do it all, and yeah. So anyway, I went to licensing, and then it was my job to talk to the regulator on the regular.
Okay.
That was kind of fun to say. So at nuclear plants, there's a resident inspector. So the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, sends an inspector to go and live close to a plant, and they're on site during normal business hours.
Okay.
And they have an office on site. And those guys rotate around about every 2 to 5 years, I want to say.
Okay.
Kind of like a Methodist pastor. They bounce around. Because you don't want them getting too comfortable anyway.
Nice.
I like that.
You don't want them getting too comfortable at any one site and making friends, and they really can't make friends with the people at the plant because that's a conflict of interest.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
it's
It's
probably
understandable.
harder in the Midwest. Anyway, so then I'm hearing crying in the other room.
Are you
My
distracted?
7-year-old and my toddler, like, anyway.
Oh, no.
It's fine. It's fine. My husband will break it up. He's here.
Right?
So, some of the NRC inspectors are just crazy. So while I was doing that, I was also in charge of, so I had daily meetings with the resident inspector, but then I would also help coordinate other inspections that were going on,
Okay.
like design basis assurance or any security inspections, or what else did I coordinate? Well, I think I did a fire protection one.
Okay.
But we were in the middle of a design basis assurance inspection, which is a huge inspection. They come in and they look at all these different safety systems, like what I used to work on when I was in safety analysis. And they check the design basis, which is like what the design criteria is. So that we assume certain pressures and temperatures for the accidents, and so you want to make sure that you're not eating away your margin and all this other stuff. So they come in, they do this really deep dig and all this paperwork. While that's all going on, COVID hit. And we were in the middle of it. It's a 3-week inspection, and for the last 2 weeks, we went from a completely on-site inspection to fully remote with like no notice.
Wow.
And my boss was the licensing supervisor at the time, and then also the licensing manager. They were both like, what do we do? How do we handle this? Nobody's ever done this before. And I said, well, we just do it. We have computers, like everybody, they're issuing everybody laptops. Get a laptop, go home, there's Skype. We'll all exchange phone numbers. We've got company phones, or we've got our own cell phone number. We will figure this out, and it'll be okay. And so we get through all of that, and at the exit meeting, the NRC said that was a flawless transition.
A better system than what they were doing.
Yeah, they were like that. There was no. You just set the bar for the whole rest of Region 4, and I was like, oh, cool.
And isn't that part of what you were? I watched the. I skimmed through a little bit of it, but I watched the most recent one.
Thing that I did. Yeah.
With was it Kevin? I think was the other person on there.
Yeah.
So I watched through part of that, and he was really focused on the AI dynamic of that. But you were both talking about the implementation of being able to work on remotely and how much more efficient that was. Okay.
Like if you stood I have a double wide, and so if you I'm really a redneck. You stood my house on end. It's about the size of this tank.
Okay.
It would take forever. Like we'd still be doing it today if we had started VT1 in that.
Yeah.
And so I start digging into what the actual requirements are. And I found, you know what? No, the aging effect that requires a VT1, we don't have to look for in this instance. We can do a VT3 on this tank. And I go to another engineer. He's the aging management program owner for this. And I said, okay, so here's what I found. And like, here's the actual requirement. We don't have to do this. And he said, well, we have a meeting with our vendor in 45 minutes. Let's just go and see what they have to say. I say, okay. So we get on the meeting. And the other vendor, they didn't actually know what the meeting was for. They didn't know which program we were talking about. And then they start talking about...
That's always nice when they have no clue.
Oh, right. So then they were like, okay, well, it's this program and it's this inspection on this tank. And they said, okay. And so then they're kind of floundering around and they're like, what's the problem? It's like, dude, we sent you 4 emails on this. What's your deal? And so after about 10 minutes of this, I'm fed up and I go, okay, look, this is the problem. This is what we're actually going to do. Here's why we can do that. Let me show you everything. And the guy from the other vendor goes, yeah, that all sounds good. And then the other engineer goes, thanks. I just wanted to hear it from the experts at this engineering firm.
Wow.
Cool.
So kind of dovetailing off that story. So sounds like the industry is very bureaucratic, and you have to deal with a lot of bogged down with regulations and rules and inspections, and just like basically any other industry. Do you think that the sort of bureaucratic nature of the industry is holding back the development of nuclear, and how and why?
Yes. So a big part of the issue is with the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They have deemed some plants to be too safe to operate. Believe it or not. too safe to operate because of the way the 10 CFR guidance is written. You have to have release limits. So radioactive release, if you were to have an accident, there's an acceptable limit, at which case you can't have more than like 100 millirem at the fence around the owner controlled area, as an example. If there is an accident, they evacuate 2 miles around and at least 5 downwind.
Okay.
So anyway, so there's release rates and stuff. Some of these newer designs, they shut down so safely, you don't have any release at all. No radioactive release in the case of an accident.
And you're saying
the only way to get a in the NRC, since it's not detectable,
so they're
like,
saying
well,
that's a
we
bad
don't know
thing.
how to regulate this.
Wow.
And even the older ones you were talking about, comparing to Chernobyl and the other ones, Fukushima, you were saying that even still what happened there is very, very unlikely here, even with our older plants, with our regulations here. I remember you had started with that.
Yeah, so Fukushima, there are similar designs to that here, but there's another plant that was just right up the bluff from Fukushima that was also hit with the earthquake and the tsunami, and they did fine.
Right.
What happened there is they recognized that they were having a beyond design basis incident or accident. What I talked about earlier when I was in safety analysis, those are design basis accidents.
Mm-hmm.
And they had 2 design basis accidents at the same time.
Okay.
Which is not something that anybody plans for.
So
they were
to
dealing with,
explain that to some lay people out there, what you mean is like a design basis would be you literally have an earthquake and the foundation of the facility cracks and stuff's leaking out and there's nothing you can do, versus something that like the nuclear reactor itself has an issue and it can be shut down and cooled off. When you literally have an earthquake and something is, the structure itself breaks, what are you going to do about it? So design, that's a design basis, right? Am I getting that terminology?
So the design basis, nuclear plants are designed to withstand earthquakes of a certain magnitude.
Right. Except in Japan.
If you have a beyond design basis accident, that would be an earthquake that is a larger magnitude than what it was designed for.
And you said there were 2 there in Fukushima?
They had 2. So I think I misspoke a second ago. They had, the earthquake was beyond design basis. Mm-hmm. It was a larger earthquake than what they were designed for. And then the resulting tsunami was also a larger tsunami than what they had anticipated.
Right.
And designed for.
Was that part of what the water from the tsunami came in and overwhelmed the plant?
And wiped out so it wiped out from the earthquake, they were dealing with the loss of offsite power. Yeah. And so they had their diesel generators running, and then they had the tsunami come in and wipe out their diesel generators, and then they had a whole station blackout and no power, and all of your emergency pumps and stuff run on electricity.
Of course. And the place that's generating the electricity all of a sudden doesn't have any electricity, and now we got problems.
Right, and they had electricity from the diesels, but then they got flooded out.
Right.
And so they were going out into the parking lot and grabbing car batteries to run stuff.
Wow. I never heard that. So let's break this down for some of the people out there, because I think there's a lot of misinformation about nuclear. Yeah. And I want to break down just a couple things with everybody. I was in Indiana.
And I can talk about the response over here. We now have Flex, which is like the whole industry response to the beyond design basis stuff. Yeah. All of the plants have to plan for a tsunami and earthquake that is bigger than design basis for them to happen concurrently. Okay. Except for one plant in the U.S., that's Callaway, because they are 5 miles away from the nearest body of water, and it's way uphill. Like, if that place floods, then it's too late. We should have built an ark. So,
okay.
So instead, they have to do an earthquake and a tornado at the same time.
Oh, wow. So here's my point.
So anyway,
I was
go ahead.
I was in Indiana last week or 2 weeks ago for a buddy's wedding, and we're driving back to his house, and he points out, he goes, yeah, that's one of the ethanol plants. He goes, if that goes up, it's a 5-mile blast radius. 5-mile blast radius. Meaning, if you're within 5 miles of that thing and it goes off, you're dead within 5 miles. And then there's fallout beyond that. You just said to us that there's a 2-mile evacuation and then 5 miles downwind. But you didn't say blast radius. And so one of the things I want to dispel is, can a nuclear facility become a bomb? Okay. On the scale.
If you operate it bad enough, yes.
Okay.
But it would take a lot of doing.
It would take
a whole lot of doing.
Okay.
And it would have to be intentional.
It would be more than a strike, though. It had to be something internal as well, right?
Right.
There would have to be a catastrophic failure inside and a strike to actually get that.
It would have to be engineered. This is not a simple failure of something like that.
Right. And it's not even like a terrorist come in and take over the control room. They wouldn't be able to do that either.
They can't override enough controls to turn that into it. They would have to literally go in there and manipulate a bunch of stuff in order to get to that point. Because we've been using nuclear in like submarines.
In like blast holes and containment and everything else. Right. Like there's no way.
We've been using nuclear in submarines for, 70, 80 years now? Since the end of World War II, basically? When was that first one? Swordfish or whatever the hell it was that came online? 54, I want to say it was. Nautilus was the first one. Yeah, that was the one.
Swordfish was the movie, 2002 movie.
That was close. There's another one. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up. But so I mean, you've got nuclear technology being in a submarine, which is a metal tube that guys are underwater in, and somehow that's been safe.
And it's a warship.
And it's a warship, and somehow that's been safe for 70, 80 years. But we've been told that nuclear energy is
the boogeyman.
Is a boogeyman and very dangerous. So for
you want to know something else?
Go ahead.
That's 20% enriched, and commercial nuclear is maxed at 5% enrichment.
So it's 15% less and
enriched.
So it's diluted already.
It's already diluted.
Yeah, that's uranium-235 or whatever the radioactive isotope that they're using for fuel is.
Right.
I don't know what it is for military, but for commercial, it's U-235 right now.
Yeah.
There are new designs that are using other stuff.
So
bombs, in contrast, are like 95%
of course
enriched.
And then when we don't use those, we turn those into bullet casings and we fire those into places of war. So we used. Is that another subject?
Depleted uranium.
Depleted uranium casings.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Nothing to see there. What were you going to say?
So I mean, I think it's funny we're talking about like what would make a nuclear plant this bomb and this tragedy and this terrible, scary thing, and it's basically a hand of God situation. You know, I would love everyone to think for a moment all of the thousands of acres of solar farms. How well would they handle the hand of God situation?
Right.
It's lights out. The thing that bothers me as well is, these guys are pushing it through, and the only reason we're talking about nuclear energy right now is because the data AI centers, I think everybody knows that they use a ton of power, and they need a lot of water to cool themselves. And one of the biggest reasons some of these nuclear plants are coming online, and even the talk of new nuclear energy, is for this AI conglomerate. Now, my problem is they didn't discuss green energy on how it's going to save and power these AI systems. They knew that the coal technology and the nuclear technology was going to be the best. And it's funny to me that when Microsoft and the rest started coming into here and wanting to get giant, amounts of power, it was a red carpet, welcoming for them. Meanwhile, in Michigan, we're tipping up there in the top per kilowatt in our bills right now because we've been focused on renewable energy. This glass right here, if you told me it was renewable, it should just fill itself back up. It should get cheaper at some point. You know what? It hasn't. It's breaking people's backs in Michigan. And the fact that we have AI data centers popping up everywhere, and of course, was it Jocelyn Benson's husband's the VP of one that just got rammed through in Saline?
Nothing to see there.
Come
on.
So bottom line is I'm having a hard time that the residents are just taking it on the chin to push this green agenda narrative, and they're streamlined. As a matter of fact, Whit Marie has a bill that she can just ram through any board or any residents, local or whatever. She can just ram it right through because it's for the betterment. We're saving the planet.
Of course.
So I just think it's funny that we're talking about a literal hand of God situation to make a nuclear facility bad. And literally, like you were saying, tornadoes and floods, and I mean, minus Godzilla and King Kong, I just find it funny. No one wants to put that up, the solar and wind. I would love to see how they would handle even a tenth of that. Because, as you know, they take up 300 times the landmass to produce not even a tenth of the amount of energy. Therefore, all of our energy per kilowatt costs more money.
Right.
And at the end of the day, you look at California, get EVs and do all these different things, and then, hey, you guys are using too much power. I need you to turn your air off. We need to have control over your thermostat. Oh, you know what? Odds and even days you can plug in your EV. I need you to not do that. Well, the bottom line is nuclear power has always been the premium source of power. It's always been the best. And the funny part is, solar and wind will always give you their optimum. Like if it was going to get this percentage at like the God mode of it, that's the one they're going to present. Whereas nuclear, they'll come and tell you, hey, we're this percentage efficient and we produce this much power. And one thing I want Annessa to say, she said it to me one time, explain the amount of power from a nuclear facility in compared to, let's just say, a big solar facility. When you were talking about the gigawatts and megawatts and all those things.
Okay.
Go ahead and give the giant lion difference.
Okay, I'll give you the line difference. Have you guys heard of capacity factor? That is
No.
the...
Even if we did, explain it to the audience.
it.
Like we're in Rio Linda.
I know, but explain it to the audience, please.
Okay. So capacity factor is the amount of power and time that you're available divided by the absolute maximum of time that you
I like where you're going with this.
So like it's a percentage of availability. So
Okay.
as far as it'd be like if a plant was operating at 50% for 5 days and 100% for 10 days, then out of that 10 or 100% for 5 days, 50% for 5 days would be a 75% capacity factor over those 10 days.
Okay.
Okay. If I could spit it out right, it would help.
It came out okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you. As a nuclear industry, we have a 96% capacity factor, meaning we are operating 100%, 96%.
So you don't need sun or wind or anything like that to keep it going.
Don't need sun or wind.
Just so we know where we're going with it.
Don't care about the weather.
Not a lot of batteries
Right.
to store stuff.
In Texas, if it gets really cold and screws up an instrument line, it might trip you offline. But for the most part, don't care about the weather. Sometimes squirrels will trip you off if they get in the switchyard. But you come back up.
That's not one of those active gods, though.
No, it's just the squirrel looking for a nut.
Wrong nut.
I think that there's a bell curve. We all have to do a psych evaluation to go work at a nuclear plant.
That's
You
encouraging.
have to do the right amount of crazy.
Yes.
You can't be too crazy. You can't be too sane.
Do they have a big red button like they tempt you with?
Yeah.
Like it's got glass on it?
Yeah, I would fail that. I'm glad they don't have that test.
Generally, they put a do not touch on that. That should solve every problem, right?
Right.
Is it do not touch on top of the button? That makes sense to me.
I always think
Who
Homer
has
just
a
spinning
toddler?
around.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. Don't touch this button. But I want to.
I want to so bad. Yeah. Wind and solar has like best case scenario 3% capacity.
There you go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to
3%.
hear.
So just
And
imagine the
then-
money going to
operating.
3%
Yeah.
operational, and the storage
Yeah.
capacity is never going to be there.
Right.
And you compare that to nuclear, it is literally night and day, literally. And I get these people that are still arguing, and it's like, at what point will it break your spine and your bill? Just like taxes in your home. I mean, at what point does it break your spine? And I think we're getting there. And I want to point this out as we're
How much
talking.
of it's coming back though?
Huh?
Palisades is coming back online.
That's right.
Right. We were talking a little bit about
That's
that at dinner time, and I want you to let's hold this thought on Palisades because I want to dive into that one quite a bit. But I want to ask this question or lay this out and have you give me some more explanation. But from a layman's perspective, having done a little bit of study on this stuff over the years, I've always been not a extremely vocal proponent of nuclear, but I've always seen the plus factor of it and seen that there is a huge dynamic in it. But correct me if I'm wrong when I explain this. Basically, a nuclear facility is a giant steam engine that's using nuclear to provide the heat to turn these large steam turbines. That's why there's so much water involved, as well as cooling the rods and everything else that are involved, but also just turning the turbines, and then those turbines are producing the energy, and then that's sending out, not unlike you would see a large turbine in a dam the propeller's being turned. This is being turned by steam. Is that a correct assessment?
Yeah. It's the secondary side, or I guess if it's
the energy production dynamic.
The energy production dynamic side of it is more similar to a coal plant, just because it's hot.
Okay.
And that's the steam. It's just a different way to heat the water than.
But
coal.
But a lot of these systems.
It's a lot cleaner.
Yeah, a lot of these systems are simply just steam turbines. It just depends on what's heating the steam to turn the turbines. We're not using the nuclear material is not actually doing some type of mechanical work. It's simply creating a heat dynamic. Coal's creating heat.
Right.
Wood, I know they use, there's still some facilities that use a lot of cast-off wood materials. Biomass, yes. And they're doing that. So, but nuclear, because it's such a small amount of material and because it lasts so long, it is by far the most efficient way of doing that steam generation to then turn those turbines to produce the vast amount of energy that it does. And so that's part of the reason it becomes so vilified, is because we can get to a place where we're really operating at optimal efficiency, and they don't want that because then we're freed up to
Freedom.
We're freed up to do that stuff.
Can't have that.
Yeah, we can't have that.
We don't have energy bills,
Yeah.
We're gonna put
Or we're
in,
selling our energy because we have so much. Canada, they don't
know?
got nothing, so they're going to be wanting to buy it.
Exactly. Well, we talked about this before the show a little bit, and you and I both were like, oh yeah, why haven't they put in if these solar panels are so awesome, why haven't they put in these stupid things on the tops of all of these commercial buildings instead of taking up vast amounts of farmland? You know? And
Don't
again,
get me started on that.
yeah, and again, I'll go back to the fact that I'm in Indiana, and my buddy says, oh yeah, 5 mile blast radius. We're driving by a plant, and he points to me. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "That's one of the biggest ethanol here in Indiana." He goes, 5 mile blast radius. I go, "What?" I goes, "How far away is your house?" He goes, "About 7.5." I go, "Dude, that's not cool, man." You know, and you're talking about how there's going to be a 2 mile evacuation and 5 miles downwind. And the one you cited that's up on the mountain, we'd have to have a noatic flood in order to even reach there. These are but they keep fighting this.
And I live 5 miles away from that one.
From what one?
The Callaway.
Okay. Do you?
The one that you got to build an ark if it floods.
Right. And how safe do you feel there? Even though you're on the border. With the red button test there of the psych eval, even though you're
great.
You're in the balanced area.
It's great.
You have an ark in your backyard.
Yeah, and I'm friends with a lot of folks that work out there. It's perfectly fine. Love it. Shoot, I can see it from my living room.
And is it reminiscent of the 3 Mile Island dynamic with the towers?
Oh, with the hyperbolic tower? Yeah. The hyperbolic cooling tower. Except we only have one out here because there's only one unit right now.
Okay.
They're talking about a second unit.
Okay.
They've been talking about that for ages, so.
List on that subject, the abject ignorance of people who don't pay attention to the bioengineering, commonly called chemtrails, throughout the skies when they're crisscrossing the whole skies. They will ignore that and tell you you're crazy for looking at that. And then they'll turn around and they'll point to a conning tower. What was the correct term? Is that
Cooling tower.
Cooling tower,
Cooling tower.
right? With steam coming out of it, and they'll say,
That's
"Look at all of that pollutant smoke coming out." I'm like, "That's steam, you idiot!"
Right. Well, we're good with cloud seeding and,
We're good with
Operation
cloud-
Popeye.
Yeah,
and,
we're good with
oh, yeah,
cloud
but that
seeding.
doesn't happen,
Yep,
but it
yep.
did, and it's okay, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I always liked
Because
Operation
that
Fishbowl.
would
We're going
be-
to detonate some.
That would be thermal pollution. So
Yes.
it's like
Yes.
it's max of 100 degrees, and totally dependent on ambient air temperature, it's maybe 5 to 10 degrees higher than ambient
Yeah.
for the most part. Maybe a little bit more. It's got a draft out of there. My numbers might be a little messed up because I
Right.
haven't done.
But when
Cooling tower
but when AI
math
came
and
along, all of a
all
sudden
sometimes,
this was
but-
just a let's fast
Yeah.
stream it.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, and even with the efficiency she's talking about, we're still talking about old plants. The newer plants that you have talked about and worked on, and the ideas and the solutions for energy, they are even way more efficient than that, and even smaller.
You said that they're so efficient that they're being. Did you say they're being turned down and told, "No, you can't."
No, not the efficiency, the safety on them.
The safety on them.
Because they couldn't. The NRC regulations were not built, and now that I got that from a presentation, gosh, probably 12, 13 years ago. Mm-hmm. And they've done a lot of work in revising the regulations since then. So maybe they have a way to license some of these places. I think that some places are.
I just
trying
amazed.
like
Our government is so smart and so awesome that they would find it within themselves to not license a facility that's uber safe.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder who's paying them.
Well, I mean, it is the dirty little secrets that we, that the oil companies own most of the renewable energy
That is true.
conglomerates behind the scenes. And so, do you, on that level, on that dynamic, Annessa, do you have any insight on the different organizations or groups that are, obviously you deal very well with the government and you get the approvals going through, but are you seeing some of those groups, or have you identified any of those groups? And we don't have to name them, but have you seen and identified some of these groups that are in that dualistic dynamic to where they come out publicly, like the insurance companies were vehemently against Obamacare, and yet they were the ones who wrote the freaking thing. Have you seen a lot of these groups that are behind the scenes going, no, nuclear's bad, but they're fighting against this whole dynamic, and yet they're the ones that'll benefit the most from it being fought against?
I have not.
Okay.
And it's probably more of a just not getting into it. Mm-hmm. The nuclear industry has our own lobbyist body called Nuclear Energy Institute, NEI.
Okay.
They need to
they
do
a
a
really
better
good
job of
job.
lobbying,
And,
that's for sure.
They're funded by all the nuclear plants, and they are just honest, like, hey, we just want to make power, and we want to do it safely.
Yeah.
Because we all live next to nuclear plants, and so we want to make sure that we're safe. Because if you work at a plant, you probably live close to one. And then, and it's like, hey, so some of the stuff that you guys cooked up at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, I like where your head's at. You're kind of, but you've never actually worked in the real world, have you? And seen how things actually work.
Right.
So it's a matter of just working through that with some of these folks.
So
That's dynamics that they have in all sorts of stuff. To be builders and the licensing board throughout at least the state of Michigan, they require, thankfully, they require a whole bunch of the people on the board that are overseeing some of the rules to actually have done things, actually built things. Now, that doesn't exclude the stupidity of the Green New Deal bullshit that they've put through, but at the same time, it at least gives you a little bit of check and balance there of going, did you actually do this, or are you just the engineer? My father-in-law used to say that all the time. He would go, I would like to find the engineer that made this product and drag him over here and make him fix it. because this is bullshit. What were you going to say, James?
I was going to say something about basically the nuclear power and the source of it. We had, the Biden administration, if you remember, they were all about the green energy scam, and that was the big thing. But if you looked into that, you yourself know that nuclear energy was also in that deal. Now, granted, it was skeletonized with the EPA and some other things and regulations underneath that administration, that the big beautiful bill has now revealed a lot more that you can use, and it's opened up the floodgates for you guys. But even the Biden administration, the clown new scam deal, the Green New Deal, even they were essentially admitting that the green agenda was not going to power anything. It wasn't even going to go to power the school buses everybody bragged about that are, not running.
What do you mean, like Bill Gates coming out and saying, hey, it's not quite working?
Yeah, it's not a big deal now.
It's not a big deal now.
Yeah, we need to divert and go the other direction now, So I do find it funny that even the Biden administration had that peeled back in there. And yeah, it was a skeleton of what it could be, what the big beautiful bill has now opened it up to be. And I think that we have a small window of the golden age that can happen with the EPA's regulations being opened up to make it easier for people like you to actually develop and maybe streamline it a little bit more at less cost of the taxpayer dollar. Because really the regulations is our tax dollars at work against us is what it always is. It's always a no because we don't want you guys to have better stuff.
Yeah. It was the Inflation Reduction Act that made nuclear a renewable energy or green energy, whatever terms they made it. But that also
they made it fuzzy and cuddly.
But that opened up the tax benefits for existing nuclear even, which is why you're seeing reopening of some of these sites.
Yeah.
Dwayne Arnold's going to come back online in Iowa. Like I said, Palisades.
Now they need to stop sharing the Palisades and giving that energy to Indiana and Illinois. I think we should get it all in Michigan.
Right.
We need a serious bill cut in there.
When we say the Palisades,
Well, you guys have
everybody
DC
thinks of
Cook too.
What?
You have DC Cook.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to look on a map to see where these are. So when we say the Palisades, we're not talking about California. We're talking
Michigan.
No, Michigan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. It's a little north of the border.
Okay. So give me from your perspective. I don't know if you know this data, but how many facilities are online that are these 40 to 60-year-olds, and are there any ones that are being proposed to come, new ones to come online, and how many? So 3 categories. Which ones are there, and we're getting the approvals and getting them up to speed on the new, dynamics and the computers are up to date. How many are proposed now, and how many of the new ones have come online? If we can do that in a nutshell, if you have that type of information. Because you talked about the Palisades, you talked about, what's this other one that just came back online, the other one, or you said there's one by
Crane,
you.
that they're working on. So Crane and Palisades are not back. I don't know if Palisades is back on yet. Do you guys know if it's back on yet? I heard maybe December.
Yep.
Okay.
Crane, which is TMI, they've rebranded. That one's coming back online after they have some stuff that they did with decommissioning that they need to repair.
Okay. We'll call that the too much information plant.
Right.
Yeah.
TMI. All right.
And let's see, Dwayne Arnold is coming back online. They shut down. They were going to shut down for financial reasons, and they shut down about 6 months early because a tornado wiped out their mechanical draft cooling towers.
Okay.
And they've rebuilt.
Everybody didn't melt? The town didn't melt around them?
No.
Apparently not.
No.
Oh, it was not a hand of God situation. Okay.
That's just sending out a little bit of clouds. It's all good. And I think that it happened during an outage too, if I remember right. What else? The new sites that have come online was Vogel 3 and 4.
Okay, so they're adding a third and fourth.
Yeah. So there were 2 units there at Vogel.
Okay.
And can't remember. Anyway, so they came online finally like a year or two ago.
Okay.
I want to say.
Okay.
And
how prolific is nuclear throughout the country at this current state, and how big is
how
the
many
push?
sites in town?
Yeah, how big of a push is there to go down this avenue now with Trump and some of the other dynamics falling into place, and obviously the work you're doing with this remote technology and some of the other AI dynamics. I love the fact that you're playing with the cat and crocheting, and I'm waiting for the kids to run in and kiss mommy goodnight. I love this. This is real TV. I love it. Look at the cat just won't leave you alone. It's like, I know you're on TV. I want to get in there.
Yeah, I have 4 cats.
Okay.
This is our brain damaged one.
Okay.
She scratched my son when he was nursing one time when he was like 3 days old, and I threw her against the wall.
Oh.
She's okay though, mostly.
Oh.
It was 3 a.m.
Oh.
She woke him up. I was really,
I've
been trying to push her off. But no, she's just so lovey. She's just kind of retarded. And we have to have 4 dogs.
I wish that's how most leftists was just slightly retarded and loving, but they're retarded and not loving. They're tolerance while I hate you.
I feel like we had a Christine O moment.
Right. So I prefaced that, or I wanted to preface that by saying this, that Obama, when he came in, he offered us hope and change and did such great things. But one of the things he did was he shut down all of the any new coal plants while China was simultaneously building one a week. And he really, it's one thing to shut down the coal plants. It's one thing to shut them down. He didn't have an alternative plan. He didn't pour it into nuclear. He didn't pour it into, and we started this bullshit winds and solar stuff. Say again?
Some sites had started building. Plants had gotten combined licenses to build and operate the site. Okay. And then Fukushima happened. Right. And then all of that got pulled.
Right. And I think that's
kind of like same thing happened when there was a huge nuclear boom and sites were getting built all over the place, and then 3 Mile Isle happened, or TMI happened, and it just went.
Okay.
Everything got shut down. Sites took longer to build that were already in the process because they had to add all these extra safety systems. Sites had to get redesigned. We were working on it. It wasn't favorable at the federal level because people were still scared of nuclear for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Paris climate.
Well, isn't it a media-driven dynamic?
I think a lot of it is, for sure.
Do you know offhand how many? From my understanding, France is quite high percentage of nuclear facilities. I don't want to speculate.
90-something.
That's what I was going to say, but I couldn't remember off the top of my head. And they're doing just fine. I mean, other than the Muslim hordes that are invading them, power-wise, they're doing pretty good. I mean, they've got enough power in the Louvre to keep the lights on when they get robbed. I mean, it makes sense to me.
They can power up all them new mosques.
They power up all the new mosques. They can make sure the street lights are on when the roving gangs, rape gangs go through. And
the prayer calls can go out every morning.
I mean, it seems like it's pretty efficient.
You can do it 10 times a day.
I got a question. You were talking about how nuclear is now classified as green energy. We know, here at least, that green energy has typically been a scam. Wind and solar. I think solar might be good if you have, some on your roof and you're in a very, Arizona or Texas type area, and might be able to bring down your personal energy bills or something like that. So I'm not totally against solar, but on an industrial level, obviously it can't.
It doesn't work.
California has more sun than them, and it didn't work out for the system. That was a giant conglomerate they had built, and they just shut it down. They said it was such a waste of money.
Right.
It was to maintain it, and the energy it produced was just a waste. And it was that thing was massive.
I've maintained this for a long time, that solar and wind are phenomenal, as you said, Shane, on a local
A homestead.
residential level.
Yes.
I can put solar panels on the roof, I could heat water, and I could also draw some energy off, but I have to have this large array of battery backups.
Yep.
And there's some awesome new technology coming on, but
Mm-hmm.
the old technology of the iron, basically the iron batteries, which
Mm-hmm.
are huge and heavy, those iron batteries are phenomenal, but that's a technology that they've suppressed as well. Most people, if I've said to them iron batteries, they go, what are you talking about, iron batteries? I'm like, there's solid iron batteries that are badass. No, we want to do this nickel, lithium, not nickel, but lithium ion batteries and shit like that, and it's horrible. And
Yeah, there's no recycling process for
There's
those
no
either. They just
process.
pile them up.
yeah. So I agree with you.
You know, my husband's a firefighter.
Oh,
in
so
all
he's
these
had to
You
try
ain't
to,
putting those EV
he's had
fires
to try to
out.
put out the yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, we don't have that many electric cars in our district, but we do have some because the NIC plant offers there was like an incentive there for a while offered by the folks that own the NIC plant to buy an electric car, and they'd give you like $2,000 or something if you bought an electric car.
Right.
And then they also put out a charging station. So a lot of folks will drive their electric car to and from work.
Oh, the cancer of liberalism hasn't spread down there as much.
Right. No, not too bad. Like, we all had to get paid to do it.
When ideally they should have actually had a higher premium on it in case the thing goes up in flames,
Yeah.
burns
Right.
your house down, or
Right.
has to be melted down in the street. Shane, go back to your question.
Oh yeah. So as I was saying, yeah, green energy. We know it's a scam, but even if you take at face value, there's a kiddo. we knew what happened. Hello, welcome to the podcast. Welcome to the podcast.
Cats, crochet, and kids. I love
Repeat after me. Say no to liberalism.
it.
He's been watching Tuttle Twins.
Of course.
Okay, we're good.
Beautiful,
Okay.
Beautiful. Even if you take it at face value, green energy, the carbon in the atmosphere, they want to get to carbon or net zero, so we're not putting any carbon in the air.
Kills trees.
Isn't nuclear energy the best source of energy? Even if you are concerned about carbon and want to get to net zero, isn't nuclear the best choice to get there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Explain how it's clean energy. I think that's the cleanest energy known to man.
So, uranium is really easy to mine and pretty cheap to mine. As far as mining stuff goes, when it comes out of the ground, it's yellow cake and it's safe to handle. Lithium.
We don't use
on the
Congo
other
kids
hand,
to get that, right?
Right. Actually, most of the uranium is in Australia, and they have no nuclear plants.
Well,
Believe it or not,
you're a dingo.
they.
The dingo ate my uranium.
The dingo ate my
Also-
uranium.
The Cold War did a whole lot of good for nuclear because they. That's a tick from one of the animals. Anyway, some of the nuke plants over here are burning old Russian bombs
Wow.
Oh,
as part of the deproliferation situation where we're burning old Russian bombs, and they just dilute it. So, like I said earlier, bombs are about 95% U-235,
Yeah.
and fuel is 5%. So they just mix in a bunch of U-238, uranium-238.
So so what you're saying is instead of Israel getting us all whipped up into a frenzy to bomb Iran, we should have just gone in there and confiscated everything and built nuclear plants throughout the Middle East so they'd have free energy.
sounds awesome.
Am I right?
Yeah,
World peace.
No, Obama did let Iran have that nuclear processing facility, and the problem with that is, like I said, when you do fuel, it's only 5%.
Yeah.
Then if you stick it in the centrifuge one more time, how they do it is they mine it out, then you go in and you gasify it. You can't chemically separate uranium-235 from uranium-238 because it's the same molecule or same atom.
Okay.
It's chemically the same thing. But by weight, it's a little bit different. U-238 is a little bit heavier because it has a couple more neutrons in it. So they gasify it and then they put it in a centrifuge and you spin it really, really fast. And the first time you get a bunch of the U-238 out and now you're at like 5% U-235. You stick that 5% U-235 back in the centrifuge and you spin it again and now you got 95%.
Oh.
Okay. That's all it takes is one more spin.
Yeah, one more spin.
Right.
Oh, and I got another question.
What if we unspin it, though, and then we make power plants? I like that.
Right.
Spinify
I like
it.
the using the old bombs. Like
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Who would have known that? Other than you, the expert out there.
Old reactor engineer,
Recycling
yeah.
war to greatness.
All right, Shane's got another question for you.
Okay, so we also talked about the AI and how that is creating a need for tons of energy, more than people can wrap their minds around. Cryptocurrency mining is another thing that also needs an incredible amount of computing power and energy to do. So this is kind of put nuclear back on the radar as these massively powerful tech entities, maybe the most powerful entities in the history of the world. Suddenly they need a solution, and nuclear is that solution. So have you seen, as you know, the tech and crypto and AI has taken off, have you seen more of an interest in nuclear technology? Do you see it moving more rapidly because of that? What's the current landscape look like?
Yeah, one of the nuclear plants is just totally contracted to Microsoft.
As I say,
to run their
Microsoft.
AI.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the plants that's coming back online is totally for 20 years.
Okay.
They've done a contract with them for 20 years they're going to pay for their whole license renewal and everything.
And they don't have to share that energy. It's all theirs, right?
It's all theirs.
Isn't that funny how we're bringing it on and we're sharing the energy?
Selfish bastards.
Yeah, well, I mean, Microsoft's like paying for all of it, so.
Hey, that
Yeah.
I mean that on that level, on that dynamic is true capitalism and true entrepreneurship, and on that level, I'll give them full credit.
Right.
On all the other demonic stuff that they're doing.
Yeah, and you know, how long will it be before Google has their own, nuclear power?
They all got
plant or
approved. Google
AI.
and I'm trying to think of the other three. They had already got approved. It's just a matter of them starting it up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But it makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense to have this dynamic going. It's like we watch these people suppress and suppress and suppress, and then push comes to shove, and they've got to have it for because we know that the ultimate dynamic or design for AI is to control the population.
Big Brother times a million.
100%.
Yep.
And to condition it, I mean, I'm watching. Of course, Elon's doing. He just Grok 4 just came out.
Yep.
Yes.
And I haven't even messed with it. Literally the cover of my album. That's my guitar player. I had Tim in Arizona design a whole cover, and the band was like, we don't quite like that. And Brady's like, I like the AI that I did, and I'm like, okay, but it,
But it's demonic.
I'm like, dude. So
But it's cool, man.
I'm like, he's like, he calls his AI his bitch. He's like, let me see what my bitch can do about this. I'm like, whatever, dude. Anyway, so there's dynamics, but then again, Elon comes out with Grok. I know Mike Adams with the Health Ranger. He's just their current version's called Enoch, and it's a total learning AI, and they designed it actually to where you can download it to your own computer, so it can be offline and still has this wealth of database, huge database in order to bring information up, and
So it can't be erased.
so it can't be erased, but also it's not diluted with a bunch of woke bullshit.
But right now, it's actually pretty biased. They actually did an independent review. 18 of the 30 people they did an independent review on, and these are people in the tech industry, they said it's heavily leaned left. So
What is it?
the AI systems.
Oh, 100%.
All of them.
And that's what I'm
so
saying is
people should be very aware, hey, they're programming this
Correct.
thing to absolutely hate conservatives.
and that's what I'm saying is Grok is when they do side by side comparison with Grok,
Right.
it's much better. And when they do this, definitely this Enoch that Mike Adams has produced, They spent a couple $1 million on producing this of his own money, and it is taking all of the information, not just selective information, and it's spitting out, literally pulling it up, and you pull up the dynamic between what happened on 9/11 on Chat GPT, and then what happened on 9/11 with Enoch or Grok, and you get you think this is two totally different stories.
Well, look who they just voted in. So
exactly, yeah.
Different world.
Did you see the meme where it has Osama bin Laden, and he says several years ago I bombed a place, but now I win.
Oh gosh.
I've won.
Unbelievable.
We'll see what's happened. So yeah, so the push is coming to shove, and they're deciding that we've got to have enough energy. So they're embracing some of these things because they realize. I think the ones that Shane, you and I have talked about in regards to Bitcoin mining and the energy needed to just mine Bitcoin. What's the one that has the geothermal? So they're near a dormant volcano, and
El Salvador,
and
yeah,
they're pulling up energy from the geothermal.
Yep, they're pulling up energy from the geothermal.
Yeah.
There's a bill that's active
cool.
in Michigan right now that would take dormant wells, oil wells,
Yeah.
and methane that's being spilled into the atmosphere. Take that, hook it up to a Bitcoin miner, and produce Bitcoin with it.
Yeah.
So I think that as there's obviously a huge downside to what tech and AI and crypto could bring about to humanity. One world government, one world currency, microchips, all that stuff.
There's no avoiding it though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like I'd rather be first to the Satanistic demon, whatever it's going to be. I mean, I'd rather be first to it than last, and
Right.
trying to catch up while they're taking over everything. But yeah,
There's no stopping it.
there's no stopping it. So it's either be first and try to do it as efficiently as possible and try to get some reins on it, or let someone else like China or India, Russia, somebody else.
Somebody with
And then
nefarious
we're-
designs
and then
on
we're
it.
screwed.
Absolutely.
Then
Yeah.
we're screwed.
What were you saying there? Did you want to chime in on that, Annessa?
Oh, no, I just had a thought. You were talking about the methane and it just getting released into the atmosphere and the Bitcoin mining, and I wonder if they could make contraptions that would Bitcoin mine that you could just stick on the cows in the field.
Oh, I knew she was going to do it. The cow
Oh,
farts.
yeah. It's a modified anal
knows?
catheter.
Some cow diapers. Yeah. Have like a jar back there. You just unscrew and cap it real quick.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Didn't we all do that as kids? We retarded
Right.
our farts for later.
That might have just been you.
Let's not give Antifa any ideas and, put a Molotov cocktail and throw it. So,
So yeah, my point.
Sorry, I got everything's a fart joke. I have a 7-year-old boy.
Crypto, AI, tech in general, as there's a lot of different bad effects to it, but in terms of how it's causing more nuclear energy development, it might actually be helping us in that regard by helping us modernize our energy systems, so we're not living in the past, because the past
Right.
isn't going to sustain the
right.
future. So
Right.
now we have to adopt nuclear energy, because
100%.
humanity doesn't come up with solutions until they have to.
Correct.
Until their back's against the wall. And now that we're like, oh man, this is the future. It's a big tech race, China versus U.S. versus India versus whoever else. Now we have to use nuclear, and hopefully because of that, we're all gonna
maybe we win for once, right?
Yeah,
Right.
we'll have cleaner energy, we'll have more efficient energy, we'll have cheaper energy.
Yeah.
As it gets adopted.
They won't be shutting our thermostats off when they feel like it.
Right.
So
Well,
that might be a way technology actually helps us moving forward.
100%, and it's a well-known phrase in the shipping industry that maritime law is written in blood, and I think that's the same dynamic that you're saying. Is a lot of these things are written after the fact. They're written because we have to, because it becomes a necessity. Maritime law is not written ahead of time, anticipating changes in the industry. It's as soon as we have a huge disaster, well, we've got to write a new law and change shit around because, obviously we fucked up on this one. And so I think, give me another one of the F-bombs.
Never let a crisis go to waste.
Never let
You
the crisis
never want to
go.
let a crisis go to waste. That guy. Yeah, absolutely. So,
You want to talk about Galen Windsor?
no, because nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Well, explain who Galen Windsor is.
Yeah, run through that.
Galen Windsor was a dude that he swam in the nuclear pools, the pools where the rods were. He swam in them.
Sounds refreshing.
He loved it because it was warm.
Let's take a dip.
It was a nice warm pool.
You felt charged.
He would frequently give, after he was basically booted out of the industry, he was still involved, but he became a pariah because he didn't toe the line of this being a hugely dangerous thing. He said, "This is normal. This is something we can use every day." And he would carry around uranium or plutonium, I think it was. And he would. I looked it up earlier. I didn't pull up the notes, but he would carry it around with him. And he'd go, here it is. He's like, I'm holding it with my hand. My hand hasn't fallen off. I'm okay. And he would drink water he's like, this water came from the nuclear plant. And his whole agenda was to prove that all of the negative hype about nuclear energy was bullshit. And this dude's been around, like I said, 60s and 70s. I watched these old grainy videos of him doing a seminar somewhere and talking about this. And so I'm 100% with Annessa and all of us here in studio talking about this. This is not in any way, yes, anything could happen, but I wanted to juxtapose that with going, listen, we don't get rid of the whole airline industry because we have planes crash. We just had was it a FedEx?
Yeah.
We just had a FedEx plane. It dropped. One of my buddies, one of my close friends I play hockey with, and he's a good friend. He's a private pilot. He flies G6s, G7s, G8s all the time for these high-end clients. You know, he'd be like, "Oh, I'm not making it to hockey today. I gotta call up," and he's gotta fly him out. They fly out to some exotic place. He goes and hangs out with them. They're all, doing all their stuff, and then he flies them back in. And I'm like, "What did they do?" He goes, "I just want to play a round of golf out there." And I'm like, so a $50,000 trip, between the flight costs and the hotels and all the hookups, and then come back. He's like, "Yep," and he's a senior pilot, so he's like, half the time he's like, I'm just riding first chair, and the other guy's doing all of the flying, and I'm there to make sure he doesn't fuck it up. And this is my buddy that he flew. At one point, he flew. Yeah, thank you. Another one. He flew. He was in what's the Red Bull? He used to do the Red Bull.
The agility planes.
Oh, he would do the stunt planes. He was hardcore. Yeah, and
Nice.
one of his sons now flies for Delta. So I mean, he knows his business, and he's like, yeah, that FedEx plane. He's like, it dropped an engine. You can see it in the video. The engine falls off the wing, and then the imbalance of not having that engine, and it was a 3-engine plane, and he said there was nothing those guys can do, and they just try to power up to clear whatever they could clear, and they hit the huge tanks at the end of the runway. And
Was
all the
it
guys,
a DEI built Boeing?
No, he said it was a 40-year-old or
really?
45-year-old plane that should have, I mean, in ideas we should have decommissioned. But this is what I'm saying is we juxtapose this with going, look, here's a, I'll ask you, Annessa, in a second when I finish my dialogue here, or monologue, how many plants have melted down in the United States or even worldwide versus how many plants are up and running, have never had an issue or have had minor issues that never resulted in any type of detriment to us. And then look at all these other industries. Look at trains, look at airplanes, look at cars, automobiles. Do we outlaw automobiles? That was one of the things Charlie Kirk pointed out. He said one of the things that they tried to vilify him on because he made this one statement about guns, saying that guns are going to, we have a certain amount of acceptable gun deaths every year. We can't outlaw guns because of that, because we have a certain amount of vehicle deaths from automobiles. We don't outlaw the vehicle. Our cars.
They took it and ran with it.
And they took it and ran with it. And his whole point was, listen, we have a certain amount of airplane crashes, we have a certain amount of train wrecks, we have a certain amount of vehicle deaths, we have a certain amount of this stuff. And when you do the comparison, when you put everything in statistical analysis, the likelihood or the actual history of nuclear energy pales in comparison to all of the other things that have happened out there. And again, I'll cite the fact that I drove by a plant in Indiana, and my buddy says 5-mile blast radius, not 5-mile evacuation, 5-mile blast radius if that thing goes up. And here's something where they're making a fuel. The whole point of the plant is to make an ethanol fuel at it, and it has a 5-mile blast radius. And I go, holy shit, look at, what are we doing? And then we want to vilify, we watch it being vilified, nuclear energy being vilified for all of my life, my life, and I'm 53. My whole life I've heard, dangers of nuclear, dangers of nuclear, dangers of nuclear. Okay, but you shoved 150 guys into a fucking tube and sent them to the bottom of the ocean, and somehow that was okay.
And still are.
And, and are doing just fine. And they never had a problem. Correct me if I'm wrong, Annessa, if you know of any nuclear subs that have ever had a problem because of the nuclear dynamic, or if they've had problems for other reasons, including, hull integrity breakdown, something like that failed. But it was never the nuclear dynamic. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But on those 2 points...
I have no idea.
Okay, no idea.
And honestly, the military probably wouldn't release that information.
Okay, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other point, what is the statistical dynamic of plant failures, nuclear plant failures, versus, you don't have to give the statistics on airplanes and trains and automobiles.
Right.
Obviously, we know those are huge. I mean, there's several hundred people that drown in their bathtubs. We haven't outlawed bathtubs because several hundred people drown in their bathtubs every year. Somehow... We all managed, the vast majority of us managed to get into a bathtub and have a nice relaxing soak.
I think Whitmer was trying to say only 3 inches of water or something.
3 inches of water can kill you? Yeah.
Safe, yeah.
So Annessa, do you, off the top of your head, how many nuclear facilities in the United States and then maybe worldwide have we ever seen problems? And obviously you point out the difference between the designs in Fukushima and Chernobyl. You said that Fukushima was more in line with American designs, but Chernobyl was a completely different. It was a completely different with the graphite.
Totally
yeah.
Yeah.
So what's do you know off the top of your head? What is the percentage of failure for plants in the history of nuclear energy?
Yeah. So for meltdown, having had a meltdown and melted fuel, you've got 3 Mile Island, you got Chernobyl, you got Fukushima.
Those are the only 3 ever. I did not know that.
Unless you count like SL1, which was a military reactor, and a guy they were operating with only 1 fuel rod, and they moved it out just a little bit, and it went prompt critical, and it shot the rod through the ceiling through the guy, and pretty gory. And now we don't operate in control reactivity with only 1 rod. Now we do control rod banks, and you move multiple rods at a time so that 1 rod getting pulled out won't cause you to go prompt critical. And which do you want me to explain what prompt critical is?
Yes,
absolutely.
Please. For those, I'm bringing back the.
I mean, I know what it is, but for the layman, please explain.
I'm bringing back that terminology on the show for those in Rio Linda.
Shane is very humble tonight.
For those in Rio Linda, we do need an explanation of what the prompt critical means, so that they can get it there.
So
speaking some Spanish lingo.
Plants generally operate on delayed critical, which is after neutrons. Well, should I get into the 6-factor formula? You
break it down like I'm 5.
Yeah.
Like I'm the listen. Like
we're
I'm
not Shane, so you're gonna have to really, really dumb
break
this
it down for me like I'm the retarded black cat that came through the screen.
So you've got a U-235 atom here.
Okay.
And you've got this neutron, and it comes along, and it gets on your U-235, and it gets in there, and then it goes because it can't handle 1 more neutron.
Okay.
And so it breaks apart into some fission products. And now you have some really, really fast neutrons called prompt neutrons. And those can sometimes go off and hit other U-235 atoms and cause fission.
Is that what's in
Which is when the atom breaks apart. That's what fission is. Then you have a moderator, which is your water. And in the U.S. it's water.
It's totally different than the moderators we have on the chat.
Right,
Okay.
right. And so why that works really well is water is a blank. Wow. H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. I was like second guessing myself there for a second. Like, duh. No, that's right. And a hydrogen atom is about the same size as a neutron. So when they hit each other, it's kind of like pool balls. And so it slows down. And then you have a moderated or slower neutron, which is more likely to go and interact with your atom and cause it to explode because it's slower and it can get in there a little easier.
Okay.
Um,
I'm
then you
glad we
have
have the
other
complete.
things-
I'm glad we have the complete audio because if we just had this as a mime characteristic, we could apply so many other nefarious dynamics. You're like, here's the ball, and here's the ball, and then this one jams into that one, and we got to poke this one. And I'm like, wow. I'm glad this is like charades for.
Okay, here's the neutron.
I love it. All right, continue. I keep interrupting, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm very animated.
I love the charades. It's awesome.
If you tie my hands behind my back, I can't talk.
I've
One time,
noticed
Mom and
that.
I were Black Friday shopping, and I had to hand her a pair of boots so I could explain what I was trying to say.
And when you weren't talking, you were doing crochet or handling a cat and a child.
Yeah.
What are you making?
This is I'm working on a sampler blanket for at church. We're gonna raffle off an Afghan next year.
Excellent.
So this is the last
Nice.
square I'm working on.
That's awesome.
Yeah, for local and international missions.
That's awesome.
So-
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, continue with your hand puppetry.
Yeah. So anyway, then there's other stuff in like the water. There's fission products that's like any other kind of atom. Iron's a really common one. Iodine, cesium, just different things. And some of those, like xenon, will also absorb neutrons, and then it doesn't fission or anything.
Okay.
So it's called a poison because it just absorbs neutrons that would have gone and done other stuff. And then there's leakage, which is not to be confused with like coolant leakage or having a leak at the plant. It's when the perfectly good neutrons kind of float outside the reactor core, which is where all the fuel rods are, and then they don't do anything, and they just kind of like go into the reactor vessel or something, and they go off and do something else and don't cause a fission.
Okay.
And then there's in pressurized water reactors, we intentionally put chemical in there, and we use boron, and that'll also absorb neutrons. We use boron 10, it absorbs neutrons, and you have more in there towards the beginning of the cycle, and then it's the fuel depletes. You have less and less unless you dilute the boron out.
Okay.
And so that's why I was kind of like, I don't know why that guy would drink reactor coolant, because it would be kind of soapy unless it was a boiling water reactor, in which case they do not put boron in the core.
I'd have to
instead-
rewatch what Galen was doing, but I know that he was drinking water on that, and his whole point on all of those dynamics was just to prove the hype about the dangers of nuclear was bullshit, and that we should be using this, as you're saying, from different angles. We should be using this universal, and it's safe. You just have to have the proper, correct protocols as you would any plant. I mean, you know, I've watched multiple dams fail here in Michigan. That they had hydroelectric going on, small scale hydroelectric for communities, and these dams are failing. There should have been better safety protocols. You know, they should have been doing these things. And so this Galen Windsor was just simply going out there saying to vilify this technology, this energy source, knowing that it's abundant and can be prolific throughout our country and free us from all of these other wasteful dynamics. What the hell are we doing? And that was his main point. So he went to the extreme of drinking the water and, I said, you know, doing these other dynamics. But his whole point was we should be using this. What the hell's going on? You know?
Right. Oh, yeah. And, I mean, you can, with new fuel, when it hasn't been in the core yet, and it hasn't been activated, I'll say, you can touch it. I mean, you want to wear cotton gloves so that the oils on your hands don't get on the fuel assembly and mess it up, but you can touch it.
So the human being is more toxic than the fuel rod.
That's right.
And that's another amazing one to realize. And you were talking about the water and the different elements that are in the water. Do they have to go through a process? Do they do any type of distillation, obviously, to remove the different heavy minerals and stuff like that? Because I remember years ago, a friend of mine talking about.
Water's super clean.
Yeah, a friend of mine talking about how he was using a scripture verse and he was doing a little mini sermon. He was talking about how water, truly pure water, is almost acidic in that if you get a truly pure H2O, that 120 degree dynamic between the oxygen and the two hydrogens, when it's pure without any other elements, it almost becomes acidic. And if you put it in your hand, it starts to absorb all of the other available oils and nutrients around it, because that's the nature of water, is to be a carrier, to be to pull those things in. Right. So when you're talking about boron or borax, being that agent that's put into it. So obviously it has to go through a distillation process in order to remove as much of that, and then introduce the one or a couple of the different agents that are going to be the most advantageous for that process of the nuclear, reaction. Yeah.
So they monitor primary side chemistry very, very well. Any of the water that goes close to the fuel, it's monitored. The chemistry is monitored. They do samples every couple days.
Right.
And it's all a closed loop system, so it's not like anything really gets introduced. It's just to make sure that the right boron concentration's in there for the power level and all that type of stuff.
Well, because different elements, different minerals in the water can fluctuate the different temperatures, and if they're trying to get to optimal temperatures for the steam power, basic steam power, then if you have unknown elements or variable elements in there, you're going to have problems. What were you going to say, James?
I actually forgot.
Holy shit, dude. And I'm the one that's having a drink over here.
Oh, man.
So
that's what I'm sorry.
Go on.
That's what I was going to say. I wanted to go back to something you said in the beginning, because I think a lot of people that are listening probably did not get that part. But a lot of these decommissioned plants was because they didn't renew their energy that they could get, right? A lot of them were decommissioned because they did not approve their new energy contract, right?
So a lot of some plants were decommissioned because the cost to do either the relicensing or
but regulation was hurting it more than
it was regulation.
Yes, we're regulated to death.
It was in states that were actually they called it deregulated, where it was open market on the power. So like Missouri, we are a regulated state, so there's a set it's set by the Public Service Commission how much utilities can charge for a kilowatt of power.
The reason why I bring that up is it's kind of just like with Biden when he said, I've opened up all these new leases for the oil well, all this different stuff. But he regulated it to death to the point where it's so expensive they wouldn't do it. That's the part he won't tell you. So, I mean, they always pretend like they're out for us, but it's the regulation. It's government, big government, always getting in our way.
Well, isn't that the dynamic that they learned with Prohibition?
Yeah.
Prohibition, they outlawed alcohol outright. But when it came to marijuana, and they wanted to get rid of marijuana, what they realized was, all right, first of all, it grows in the ditch everywhere. So we can't, just eradicate it. So how do we do this? Okay, you get a stamp now. And it's impossible to, but the stamp's totally legal. We'll give you the marijuana stamp. You can do whatever you want, but we're going to make the stamp so hard and so regulated to get that it, in effect, neutralize it, even though people don't have most people have no concept that we had an entire campaign in 1943 and 1944 of Hemp for Victory,
I did
where
not
the
know that.
farmers were encouraged. There's huge banners for growing hemp, because hemp in its industrial state was where we get cannabis. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence are written on cannabis paper. They're written on that because the fibers in industrial hemp are phenomenal. They're awesome. It's the hemp rope is the best natural organic.
Okay, hippie.
You know what I'm talking about. What they did was they realized from Prohibition in the late 20s, early 30s that they couldn't outlaw it the same way because it didn't work. There was too much bootleg and there was too much other stuff. So they're like, you know what? We'll keep it legal, but we're going to make it a Schedule 1, which is bullshit. And then we're going to make sure that you just got to come to us and get a stamp.
Yep.
It's legal. We'll give you a stamp for it, but we're going to make it so hard. So going back to what you said, it's Biden says, "Oh, we're gonna make it available for everybody. You just got to go through the regulatory process, and you'll be all set, and you can get whatever you want." I'm going to call bullshit.
And going through the regulatory process is not available for everybody.
Right.
Going through the regulatory process is very convoluted and difficult.
Oh yeah.
And then you have folks on the regulator side who don't necessarily understand what the regulations say either.
What?
But their code book says it does.
But wait, regulators in the government who don't have a fucking clue? I'll take another bomb, please. Thank you.
Sometimes they know what the regulation says. They don't necessarily know the best way to apply it, or the idea behind what it says, or like what's our actual goal here? Okay, this says that nuclear plants need to have cathodic protection for their buried assets. For example, cathodic protection it's an electrical system that reduces corrosion or should inhibit corrosion in theory. And it works really well in oil pipelines, and then they just kind of took from oil pipelines and they're like, hey, if it's good enough for that, it's nuclear power plant.
Mm-hmm.
For oil pipelines, it works all right because for the most part, they're kind of out by themselves. It's a really long pipeline, or if it's in the ocean, there's not a whole lot of other stuff. At nuclear plants, there's a whole lot of different buried systems and a whole lot of different buried assets.
Okay.
And if you're trying to retroactively put cathodic protection on this, you have to make sure the whole thing is electrically continuous, which basically means it's like all touching with some kind of conductive metal.
Okay.
Or else you can end up corroding the stuff that's not connected faster than if you just left it alone and didn't install cathodic protection. They changed the guidance documents, not the regulation, the guidance documents to effectively require cathodic protection for sites and make plants retrofit that in. And this is a several $1 million modification.
Wow. So they don't have to outlaw it outright. They can just regulate it out of business.
To death.
Yeah.
Right. So several plants have tried to not have to install cathodic protection.
Okay.
I helped the first plant actually be successful in not having to install cathodic protection. And it took months and months and months of arguing with the regulator. But we explained all kinds of different issues because he came from oil and gas industry, and he's like, yeah, this is great. Why are you so opposed to it? And we're like, well, these are all the issues that could happen because of it at a nuclear site that you guys don't have in oil and gas industry.
Mm-hmm.
That this wouldn't be a concern.
Right.
And he finally came around, and we were able to educate him, and he understood, and was like, oh, okay. So then he did also say that he didn't want anybody else to be able to use the same arguments, and then another site hired me to do the same thing.
So you're saying he required a lot of hand signals.
A lot of hand signals. Yeah.
For the most part, I was camera off in those meetings, and he didn't get to see me or my facial expressions when things were said that I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't a slight George Bush caught on camera flipping the bird just before he went live.
Here you go, America.
No. No, it was a little bit of like, I am muted, right? It was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
Yes.
I had another meeting with somebody in,
Well, at least he had pants
compliance
on,
and-
like that guy in Detroit, that cop.
Oh,
At least he had
right.
pants on. That's good.
Jared, what's he doing?
Oh my God.
Yeah, the
dude.
Detroit cop that did
Yeah.
Some kind of pants.
a judge thing or hearing or something, and he had no pants on.
How about the dude? There was one dude that blew up, and it was he was like pleasuring himself. while he was-
Jeffrey Tubin.
Tuber!
Tuber.
And they brought him back.
He's back.
I guess he was a hit.
I mean, why not? You would, I would. I mean, no harm, no foul.
Man.
He's in his own private residence and doing all that. Yeah, so we've transgressed
one
quite a
guy-
bit from you having secret hand signals to let the secret cabal know what you're doing with trying to deregulate all this shit. To Jeffrey Tubin,
We've arrived at Tubin.
we've gone. That
was a hard swing.
It was a hard swing. It was a very.
That was like Biden winning the election, man. It was like a bunch of buses showed up with ballots.
Well, we can just print a whole bunch of ballots and then, it's fine.
Exactly. So dealing with the regulators, it's amazing. Most people don't realize this, having to do battle with the IRS, is they don't realize that most of these people are simply accountants and don't even actually know the laws that they read
trying
it
to
off the
apply.
paper and they try to apply it. I had and these are some some of these a little bit more educated, my inspectors here in my county, but I literally had an inspector come in here and he knocked me down for my underground plumbing for the bathrooms back there. It was before we could pour the concrete. And he says, oh, you got to change all these Ys. And I said, why? And he said, well, it would have been okay 5 years ago, but they changed the code. So now you got to change it. I go, so the drainage would have worked perfectly, but now I have to change it because they changed the code. He's like, yeah, so I'm going to need you to change that before I can come back and finalize.
And we had that talk, just like the regulation before. The
100%.
code changes in Michigan, that's
Yeah.
happened 3 times now.
Right.
Essentially, if somebody's house burned down in Michigan, you're going to pay 4.5 times more to rebuild it because of all these new codes.
Correct.
I know because my brother-in-law and my sister, their house burned down, and it cost them 4.5 times more to rebuild it.
Right.
So, I mean, the regulation is just killing us on both ends, whether it's our energy cost or the taxes on our house, or just trying to build a house. I mean, it's gotten out of control.
And if you remember, that was one of the huge things that Trump came in and did right from day one, even in his first term, was cut all of the regulation. Having been a builder, having been a property developer, he came right in. He's like, we got to cut this regulation.
Yep.
It's not that we don't want to do things right,
Yep.
and I said that to a lot of people. I think we could get rid of these building departments and all these other things. And you know what's gonna happen is
Drones and AI are going to take their spot.
well, I looked at it from this dynamic. I go, you know what? You build a shitty house,
Yep.
and
You
then you
live in
try
it.
to sell it to somebody, and they're going to have an inspector come in. We can still have inspectors come
Yep.
in, private,
And you're not gonna be able to
assessors
sell it.
and you're not going to be able to sell it because you built
Right.
a shitty house. Now
Right.
you're saddled with that white elephant, and
Right.
that's you own it now.
Right.
And that, to me, I always over-engineer my stuff.
Right.
I go, you know what? I don't want this to fail. I don't
Yep.
want this to fall apart. So I overdid it. And did I do it exactly the way the code book told me? No, but it's fucking more solid than what
Yep.
the code book said because I'm going to use it. I'm walking on it. My
Yep.
grandkids are coming up here. I don't want this shit to fall apart. And so,
Yeah.
Well,
Code is bare minimum.
yeah, exactly. So when we look back at this dynamic of regulation, look into it, we go, how many of these regulators actually have cleaned the shit out of their ears and don't have their head up their ass anymore and know what they're talking about, or are they just breathing their own fumes and high on their own excrement and don't have a clue of what they're talking about? And you're there trying to educate them and get them to a place to go, do you hear the cognitive dissonance that you're giving me when I'm telling you this doesn't work? You're talking oil and gas, I'm talking nuclear. How the fuck are we supposed to come together in this dynamic and come to a happy medium? Thank you for my F-bomb. How are we supposed to get this together? Annessa, how many more of these dynamics? So you got the regulator goes, I hope you don't go to this, and you get hired by another company to go in now, and you're going to present the same arguments, and he's going to have to go, oh shit, this
Yep.
lady again.
Yep.
How's that working out for you?
Actually, he did that.
Did he?
Yeah, I met him at a conference, and we were talking, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I've got to go and get going on this other plant." And I said, "Oh yeah, me too." And he just like,
Oh,
"Oh
shit. Right?
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah, looking forward to it." They got me involved a little bit late, and I would have helped them change a few things in their application before they sent it in.
Okay.
They've got a little bit of a mess going, but hopefully we can get it straightened up. And you remember my story from the beginning of the consulting firm that I was working with at my used to plant?
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's who wrote their application.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, we were talking, and the regulator they'd written that they were going to do X number of inspections, and he just wanted to know how they came up with that number.
Okay.
Why that was an adequate number of inspections. They needed some kind of justification. And not that he didn't know if it was a good number or a bad number, they needed to somehow justify it. That's fine. And we're discussing, okay, what was he really asking for and all this stuff, because he can't come out and say what he wants.
Does he even know what he wants?
No, he does.
Yeah,
he does.
but he can't.
The problem is
he can't lead you.
He can't dictate
Right.
anything that's different than what's in the guidance or what's in.
Because then he becomes liable. Then he becomes culpable in the dynamic.
Not just that, like they forbid it. I had an internship at the NRC, and it was like the worst experience of my life. But they can't. They cannot be upfront and say, "I want to know this."
Right.
Even if it's just a curiosity, they can't ask for anything that's outside of regulation, so they can kind of ask questions around it.
They can't even do the accountant where they go, "How big's your kitchen where you do some of your accounting and do your stuff?" And she goes, "Oh, maybe 200 square feet." And he goes, he's pointing his finger up, going,
He's just looking up
a little bit higher, and she goes, "Maybe 300 square feet." He goes, "Okay," and he starts to write. Then he's like, you can't let on at all, even if I want to help you.
I'm really good at asking very pointed questions sometimes, and you can put them off guard just a little bit.
Yeah,
and then
a little sassy maybe.
And then they plug in. Yeah, I'm a little sassy. But anyway, he was asking he couldn't come out and say, "I just need some justification." He's like, "Okay, I'm kind of confused because you said that you're doing a plant-specific number, but then it lines up with this. So, like, what's your justification?" He was kind of upfront on that.
Okay.
The other consulting firm was confused by his question, even though it was pretty straightforward. And we're discussing like what he needs and all that stuff. And I was like, we just need to write up some kind of justification. It ended up being what he came up with. It was category Foxtrot +2 but there was guidance in the guidance document for how they could have gotten that number, but he said that they didn't meet the criteria for that.
Okay.
And he was right. It was like, so we just need to say how we came up with the exact same number as that. That's not a big deal. And the guy from the other consulting firm goes, "Well, can we just tell him that we'll do more inspections?" we could say that.
We could say that, but
we still have to justify whatever number we come up with.
Right.
But if we have more inspections, there'll be more work for us.
They're like $1 million a pop.
Yeah, more work for us, more bureaucracy, more money charged to whoever, the taxpayer, or the energy concern, and that's government 101.
How much money do you think we waste on regulations, percentage-wise? Is it in the overall cost of actual things?
Trillions?
Energy, just in the category.
Just energy.
Just energy.
Well, just energy, I have no idea.
Do you think we waste 50, 80% of the amount of money? Because, the transmission lines out here running to my house, whatever the initial cost of that is, whatever the actual cost, and then every time they don't take care of it and maintain it and everything like that, and they got to come out because literally had a transformer on fire. It didn't affect me because I'm on this side of it. I had a transformer smoking and on fire a week and a half ago, right here on this pole. If it was light out, you guys would see they had to put down the mesh with the grass seed in it because we had 3 or 4 trucks drive across the lawns to get to the pole and change out the transformer up there because it was smoking and on fire. I'm back here, and there's no power loss because we're on the other side of it, right? It's going that way. And my mother-in-law's texting me, and she's like, you see the DTEs out there? You see the smoke coming off that thing? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, but we still got power. I'm like, yeah, because we're on the other side of it. And this thing's on fire. And I go, again, it's like the naval industry. It's paved. Maritime laws is written in blood. We don't fix shit until we have to, and then we write these
when it fails, we make
expansive regulations to overcompensate. Oh, we only had 500 boats on the Titanic, and we should have had 1,000 boats, and blah 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 blah. Whatever that, not 1,000 boats, boats to carry 1,500 people, life rafts to carry 1,500 people. We had enough rafts to carry 500 people.
Well, but why wasn't
now let's put enough life rafts to carry 3,000 people, but the boat only carries.
They should have had nukes to blow up the glaciers.
I agree.
Yeah,
They should have had nukes.
You know, this is why we have the
was when nukes
podcast
were
so that we
developed,
can
though.
hash
Didn't
out
you
these
guys watch
ideas and
Oppenheimer?
fix. Huh?
what was that?
I said, didn't you watch Oppenheimer? That was
Oh,
way
hell
before.
yeah.
Nukes were
That movie kicked ass.
Dude, that was phenomenal. One of Nolan's
You know,
best.
then the Federal Reserve happened the next year, and
Oh, hey now. We don't get into frivolous conspiracy
come on
mongering
now.
on this podcast now. You know.
no.
Last thing we do is talk about
starting to
conspiracy
dig.
theories. We talk about conspiracy facts, which is only about a 3-month delay between the two.
yeah. I was gonna say it's kind of odd that all the people that were against the Federal Reserve were on the Titanic, and then
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems a little shady, you know.
Seems a little bit, yeah.
Was it a glacier?
It was. I think there was nanothermite in the glacier.
Probably. Yeah, probably. And let alone that there was a coal shortage going on, and they had a fire going on the bunkers, and they kept it going, and they painted the sides. Let alone, was it actually the
and
Titanic
the
that went down?
sister ship was like not cleared for something, and it just got a fresh paint job and stuff. I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly. Right on that side where
Yeah.
it was burning. But
Yeah.
was it the actual Titanic that went down, or was it the Olympic that had been
Yeah.
repainted? I mean, these are.
I don't know.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. That's asking questions.
You can't
I
handle
don't
it.
know. It's just kind of weird.
All right, Annessa.
Sorry, I've got
Okay.
a very upset lady. I might have to go.
One.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, could you, one more question. Just if you're someone who might be listening who's not completely sold on nuclear, just make a quick pitch on why we should develop it and why it's a great energy source and why they shouldn't be scared about any sort of meltdowns or catastrophes that could happen.
Oh gosh.
No, give us the cat's pajamas boiled down. This is the cat's pajamas. This is the bee's knees. It's the coolest thing since
really
sliced
is.
bread.
It's safe. It's efficient. It's clean. It's really not that scary. If you go,
Swim in the pools.
a lot of nuclear plants do a lot of public outreach, and you can search pretty much any utility and find their public outreach person and reach out to them and ask for a tour.
Okay.
And a lot of
know
times
that.
the plants will give tours, and you can talk to folks who work there. They are safe and efficient. Public safety is the number one priority because, like I said earlier, a lot of the folks who work at the plant are the public. They live close by. Their families live close by. I know a lot of folks who are third-generation nuclear workers.
Okay.
It's not everything that everybody tries to say that it's so scary. And a lot of stuff that happens, it's because it was operated wrong. And then we turn around and we learn from it as an industry.
Okay.
Yeah, if anybody has any specific concerns, if you want to, if you get any comments or something, shoot them my way. I'll send you my email.
Okay.
and I can answer stuff.
Excellent.
I love answering questions. That's so fun.
And one more question, just kind of
Yeah.
popped in my mind. I wanted to ask this earlier: are they storing nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain? Is that still a thing?
So, the government, and he said it was going to be quick. The government, in its infinite wisdom, has made every single site add they're paying a fee, a tax for every megawatt generated from the beginning of time when nuclear started for what are we going to do with the fuel? And they were supposed to be building this repository at Yucca Mountain. And plants have these spent fuel pools on site that they store the fuel in, and that was supposed to be temporary.
Okay.
And then while they waited for Yucca Mountain to be a thing, and they build the whatever system that they were going to use to move the fuel there, and whatever storage containers that they were going to use for the spent fuel and all that other stuff, because Carter won't made it so that we can't reprocess fuel and just keep it going, which, I mean, France reprocesses their fuel and it's fine. It's perfectly safe. We should do it here too, but he was like, I'm a nuclear engineer and I think this is scary. Well, it's because you're a chicken.
Apparently, we've been using Russian fuel, so I mean, I guess it's okay.
Right.
Need some more Russian old bombs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russian old bombs. We've been
Hey,
using Russian old
Putin,
bombs.
send us your old Russian nukes.
Right. So, that was
He won an election, right? I mean,
Reagan
right,
deal.
according to the Democrats. And
Yeah. I think it was a Reagan deal that made that happen, and it's just still going on. But anyway, we have to pay a fee for every megawatt that we produce so that we have something to do with this fuel.
Okay.
And then the government hasn't held up their end. So now private industry has taken over again. And we're like, hey, we're running out of room in our spent fuel pools. We can't put any more sticks of fuel in here.
Yeah.
What the heck, man? And so Holtec, who actually bought Palisades, they also do decommissioning and spent fuel storage.
Okay.
And they develop systems and these casks and everything for dry fuel storage. And then a bunch of sites sued the federal government and got their money that they'd been paying into so that they can get reimbursed for this dry fuel storage on site while they still figure out Yucca Mountain and all of that stuff.
Okay.
So there's dry fuel storage on every site in the country.
We need to make Yucca Mountain great again.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, you can go up and touch those things. The casts. It's no big deal.
what?
There's one site
Like Galen Windsor?
except for one of the plants that buried them in the yard.
Can I put my tongue on it like a frozen pole?
I mean, I guess if you want, it's concrete. It's going to be kind of salty. They might run you off of.
It's salty.
Actually, you don't really want to lick stuff that,
I'm just saying, if it's good for
Galen Windsor.
Galen Windsor
Yeah.
and
I wonder if it's like foil, like
toads, like if
we
you
need
want
some
to have
we need some plutonium pops.
there we go.
plutonium pops. That's what I'm
Plutonium
talking
pops.
Galen
about.
Windsors.
So I just looked it up real quick as we're getting ready to let you go.
Yeah.
I looked it up real quick as we're getting ready to let you go.
Yeah.
Wikipedia says, oh shit, it didn't go to it. All right, I'll go back
It
to
says
it.
that.
It does say that. I messed it up.
It's a big red button.
I was trying to go to my screen. It didn't work. As of 2023, May 2023, there are 436 operable nuclear power reactors worldwide.
Yep.
And it lists out all the reactors. You said
And
earlier
93
that
reactors in the
there were
States.
3 all-time that have melted down. One was Chernobyl, which was graphite and was run by the Russians, who were great at engineering until they got a gun pointed in their face, and then they kind of freak out and fuck up.
I can tell you some more about Chernobyl if you want.
Okay.
That one. So they were running a test at low power, and that was against the procedures anyway.
Correct.
And because of the whole prompt critical thing, and the moderator heated up, and
Right.
then they ended up prompt critical, like I described earlier, and then it go kaboomy. And
now they've
another
grown industrial
One or
hemp
two
throughout the whole
sites.
place, and they have extremely low residual levels of radiation because they've grown hemp
Yeah.
there. But we don't want to talk about hemp again.
And
And the river
sunflowers will
monsters
also
caught
clean it
that
up.
giant fish there. Yeah.
Right? Right?
Yeah, those are all tasty. But sunflowers will also clean it up. I didn't know about hemp.
Oh, sunflowers as well?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
God's designed
So-
so many things that
Look
are
at that.
awesome that'll take care of shit. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
Fukushima
for
was
sure.
what's the phrase you used? Fukushima had a two
To the beyond design basis accident.
beyond design, and you had an
Concurrently.
earthquake and a tsunami. So earthquake cracks the foundation of it, and then a tsunami comes in and wipes out the diesel generators, and now we've got plumes coming across the Pacific into California, which, California is actually mostly red, even though for the blue cities there. So we don't want to kill everybody over there. I mean, we don't want to poison them all with nuclear radiation and shit like that. But so again, 436 operable nuclear power plants. It didn't give me the number of all-time power plants that have ever been there. But if we only have 3 and we can pinpoint exactly what's going on, explain to me real quick before we let you go, what happened with 3 Mile Island, the meltdown with that? That was a fuel rod situation, correct? That it was a human error, my basic understanding. But tell me.
So
if
they
I'm
had
wrong.
a valve that was left closed after maintenance that should have been left open.
Human.
And human error.
Yep.
And they didn't have any kind of indication on that valve in the control room. The control room was not set up very well for human factors.
Mm-hmm.
And there were alarms blaring everywhere, and stuff was like behind the operators and
Yeah.
all kinds of places. They couldn't turn any of the alarms off.
Okay.
So everything's just blaring. They couldn't prioritize stuff very well because of it just wasn't very well like they knew where everything was. It just
Chaos.
Do you think that?
they couldn't prioritize, and it was a mess.
Do you think
Those
Family
guys-
Guy has had any impact on the disparaging ideas of nuclear power, given that Peter works at a nuclear facility there? Or am
The
I
Simpsons.
in my Simpsons?
Mr.
Yeah.
Burns.
Fuck, I miss the Simpsons.
Homer.
I had Simpsons initially in my mind, and I flipped it over. Do you
And they
think
predict
that
the future, and there was no nuclear meltdown.
having Homer, well, they also crack the firmament with the flat Earth with the baseball. So, but do you think that that's had any impact, being such a huge social impact, saying that? Well, we got the nuclear power plant, and Peter's in there trying to push buttons, and it all melts down, and then the whole town's dead. Do you think that?
I don't know. I don't know that is any more than if he was like an airplane pilot or something.
Right.
So
So
or like
three
a construction guy or-
three plants ever in the history of nuclear power, and we have 436 currently operational. We've got human error. We've got dual
Hand of God.
hand of God. Earthquake and tsunami.
Yeah.
And then we've got the typical communist fuck up there, where somebody's afraid to do the right thing, and so they all stand in fear until it all fully melts down. And then they just try to point fingers and blame everybody in Chernobyl.
No, the operators. I think the operators at Chernobyl even refused, and they had engineers in there doing the test.
Did you watch the documentary that they did, the 6-part documentary
did.
on HBO?
I did.
What did you think? How accurate was
was-
that, given the data? Because I did a lot of independent data research on that before I watched it, just to gear up.
From just based on some of the industry trainings I've had, it was pretty accurate.
Okay. I thought it was a great documentary. I love Richard Harris
Yeah.
in general. He's a great actor. And then a lot of the supporting cast were awesome. But I thought that the storytelling, based on the best available information, was pretty accurate. They didn't take a lot of creative license. So I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts before we let you go, Annessa? Because this has been great, been very enlightening. I hope people really catch us on replay and tune into it and really get a grasp. We need to bring more and more exposure to the fact that this is one of the most viable technologies that we can use to supply our energy needs. We're not going to backtrack from energy, and we're not obviously moving forward into Tesla tech. I mean, Tesla was driving around electric cars in the turn of the century without any visible power plants. He was pulling it from the ether. Well, we're obviously not there. So in the progress of moving towards that Tesla tech, and I'm not talking about Elon's Tesla tech, but actual Tesla tech, where he was pulling energy from the atmosphere, from the ether, before we get there to move off of these other horrible things. Obviously, solar, wind are bullshit. Some of these other technologies where we're just wasting energy, our cost benefit analysis is so, the margins are so small that it becomes ridiculous. Nuclear at this point in our technology is so extraordinary and viable that if we can remove the negative dynamics and get into a place of getting the general public to embrace how viable and safe and productive this can be, it can revolutionize not just the AI's insatiable need for power, but also all of our basic needs for power, and hopefully deregulate and remove the huge costs of this and bring it into a place where it's accessible for all of us, not just here in America and Western countries, but also in the third world where they have, huge rolling blackouts and maybe power for a couple hours out of the day. That we can move this really forward. Some final thoughts on that dynamic and what your hope is for doing the work that you're doing to bring enlightenment to the regulators who are dumb as a fucking box of rocks, and who are, and also bringing this industry to a much more prominent place in our, not only our national discourse, but also our public usage in that dynamic. Give me your final thoughts on that.
I would say that the American public is actually even more accepting of nuclear power, and it's trending up. I think folks are becoming more accepting and are interested in it. They've seen that wind and solar don't work. Did you know that if a wind turbine turns too fast, they actually have to cut it off?
Yeah, it's like 18 miles an hour or 15 miles an hour. You have to shut it down.
Yeah. And can you believe or imagine being like downtown trying to be one of the grid worker, the folks running the grid, and then you've got all this power 100% coming from wind, and then all of a sudden it just trips offline. It's like, well, now where'd all that go?
It doesn't work. We have to have power on demand.
Work. Yeah. So I think a lot of folks, especially Gen Z, they are very accepting of nuclear power, and they would like to see more of it. They see that it's the best option for all of this climate change garbage that they're pushing in public school and all that other stuff. Like, it's really the only thing that we could use.
Yeah.
And also be able to charge our phones and turn the lights on when it's nighttime and have refrigeration 24/7.
Right.
I like all those things.
Yeah, so do all the people in Europe that died because they don't got air.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
because they just aren't very tough, because that was only 70 degrees outside or something. I shouldn't make light of that. That was very sad. Anyways, as far as what we can do, I think a lot of it is one-on-one conversations and meet people where they're at, and just explain. A lot of it is they don't understand, and they are afraid of what they don't understand. And so if we can just say, hey, I get that you don't get it, let me explain it to you. And then if they just choose to be argumentative or whatever, if they're not seeking to understand, you can kind of tell when you're talking to somebody when they're being combative versus.
That sounds like when I was Obama boy and you guys were talking to me down there.
I could convince my dad.
We got some admission on this.
Hey, I got to have her tell the truth, because a lot of people look at me and they're like, no way he's ever Obama
No
supporter.
way.
2 terms, and I
guy.
literally lectured her and my cousin Matt Burnett in their houses about it. And to this day, Matt's like, you really should give me some credit for converting you.
Right?
You really could.
Oh, man.
Both Matt and Dad. My dad, Brian Griffin, and you were talking about Family Guy.
Oh, Brian Griffin. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We're just sitting there like, Matt, or Jim, what is the matter with you? You looked at your dad
Dude,
and were like,
what's
did
the
you drop
matter
him on
with
his
you?
head or something? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, man.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
we forgive you. We
We-
forgive you.
I'm
We
Try to
always
make up
miss
for it. I'm trying to make up for it.
I had the soundbite
It's
in
okay.
here.
I canceled your vote in the second election, so in Obama's second term.
Wait. I have the Obama. Or no, I have the Biden here, I guess.
It's not a joke, everybody. That's why we were defeated in 2018 when they tried to do it. We went to 54 states.
54 states. I mean, and speaking of
And
that,
it creeps me the fuck out.
oh, that's my mom. I hit that button by accident. But Trump talked about the what was going to happen with global warming.
The ocean will rise 1/100% over the next 300 fucking years.
Can we get an F-bomb for
Donald.
Trump?
That's a big one.
I love that one. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Annessa.
Yeah.
You're way out there in Missouri.
Missouri. I mean, hey, we don't have any building codes in my county,
Right?
just so you know.
Nice.
Other than septic, you have to have some kind of either sewer, septic, or lagoon.
Okay.
You can't just pump your crap into the river.
Hey, shit
Just so
happens
you know.
and you
Sounds
gotta
like
take
freedom.
it. Shit happens and you
Sounds
gotta
like
take care of it.
freedom.
It does. So
And I've got a friend that's looking to move. Her husband works for somebody, and they want him to move down to Florida. So their house is for sale. If you guys want to move to a good state, that
right.
you
Well,
know,
that may be
you can kind of
that
relate
continues to be the
happen
trend
everything.
here in
We're
Michigan.
gonna
where we
make
get-
Michigan great
where we
again.
get the-
So
Everybody
otherwise,
wants
we're
to-
all leaving.
Everyone wants
Like
to
my
leave
hat
Michigan.
says.
Well, thank you so
Gorgeous
much for
views,
joining
so I'm
us and
saying.
sharing your wealth of information. Godspeed
Yeah.
in all of your endeavors there to make sure the regulators don't continue to screw everything up. I could have used stronger language. Trejo was looking at me. He was eyeballing me while I did. I appreciate you coming on tonight. Thank you, Shane, for setting it up with you. Obviously, James, your cousin here. We're going to continue the discussion a little bit, but thank you for the work that you're doing. I didn't even mention one of my former drummer, who's now retired from drumming and from his industry. He worked for 35 plus years doing the pumps here in Michigan in Novi. He was doing the nuclear pumps. He was part of the QC. He was part of the quality control and making sure the pumps for nuclear facilities. And when I knew him for years, and then I was like, dude, what do you do for a living? He's like, oh, I do the pumps. I QC the pumps for nuclear power plants. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I hook up all the other pipes to it, and I make sure that the pump itself is good, so that when they send it to a nuclear, I'm like, you're serious? He's like, yeah, I've been doing it for years. I'm like, you do pumps for nuclear power? I'm like, dude, that's crazy shit. And so yeah, he just recently retired the last couple of years, and I picked his brain about a lot of that, and I didn't bring it up because I didn't want to, prolong the dialogue, because I can talk like I'm crazy drunken sailor. So anyways, thank you, Annessa, so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate you. Appreciate the work that you're doing. We're going to get you back on at a certain point and give us some updates, because I appreciate the work you're doing along with the Trump administration deregulating a lot of these industries and allowing this actual green energy, this actual good energy to be implemented in our country. And I'm excited about seeing more and more of these plants being brought online, so that we can move forward with not just, I don't want to supply all the AI so that they can take over and create robots to kill me, but I want a lot of our energy to get to a place where we're not just wasting resources, and we're coming up with the best and most efficient ways of powering our tablets and doing all the shit that we want to do and doing podcasts. So
For sure.
All right.
We didn't even get into the executive orders.
Let's
Next
set that
time.
up.
We'll have
Let's,
to
next
do
time.
that
let's set that up for next time.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right.
Sounds
Thank you
good.
so much. We
Yeah.
will let you go, and we will. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to click on a Gone Fishing song, and I got to use the
Me too.
measuring. We're going to do that, and we'll come back for a little while, just a little while, with James and I and Shane, me and James and Shane, and we'll discuss some more of the auto industry. So we're going to do that. But thank you, Annessa, once again for doing that. I'm going to click over to this, and we will see you guys in the audience back here just shortly.
Yeah. Thanks. See ya.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye. How do I do that?
Oh, I guess it started in the wrong spot. All right, I'm muting the mics.
Stream and wave, work sore and I'm taking a break. Cruise slow, cold beer, kiss my girl and I ended up here. Made camp in the moonlight, felt so good asleep in the woods last night. First strike, cook said, this is what I came to get. It's a bit warm this time, put a little more drag on the line, and I'm settling for a good long fight, and everything feels just right. It was easy, we call catching. I'm going fishing. Cast in a line. Oh, cast in a line. Grandpa tried to show me his way of being free. Up north, water speed to my Glen Creek. Should've listened better than I did, but I was just some young dumb. Now I try to recall just a little bit of it all. They said those streams flow away like faded dreams. Memory, 'cause the years have gone and now I got some grandkids of my own. It was easy, because catching. But I'm going fishing. I'm casting a line. Oh, casting a line. Living easy is tempting. Real life is hard living. Lost more than we can say. Can't cry about the ones that got away. It was easy, because catching. But I'm going fishing. I'm going fishing. I'm going fishing. Casting a line. Oh, casting a line. Casting a line. Casting a line.
Oh shit, it's making noise. I have everything so set up for you guys that I left the dual screens on while the single barrel was playing. That's how well I did on that. So it's all good. I left that on, the dual screen, so you saw us walk off. I should have put it on the cave, so you saw us running to the bathrooms. You had used the unisex, right? The main bathroom. But the secret doors over there with the urinal. Oh, the man cave has its own urinal, so we can use our own urinal. Yeah. That's the way. That's how we do it up here. So we're just waiting on Shane to get back up here. You refill with some water. I didn't refill with my ice, but I'm good. We'll do maybe another half an hour. We'll see how everybody's feeling.
All right.
I'll exit out of the man cave behind me. Man cave. And then Shane's on his way back up.
Here it comes.
That song you guys just heard is Gone Fishing. It is the title, not the title track, the first track. I want to say title track all the time. It is the first track off of our brand new release from my band, Single Barrel. That was me on vocals, and actually that song, Gone Fishing, I wrote the song on acoustic guitar. So I am playing the acoustic guitar on this recording. I'm playing the bass on that recording, and I'm doing all of the vocals. So the main vocal and then the 4 or 5 harmonies that I did on that, those are all on there. But then Tommy, my guitar player, is playing a phenomenal lead guitar throughout the whole thing, as well as an additional rhythm that he's doing arpeggio, like a little bit of a distorted guitar on there. And then Matt Ranko, our drummer, is doing a phenomenal job. And that is the first track off of our seven song album, Bootlegs from Man Cave. And they're literally just recordings of us playing here during band practice, and really excited about that album, trying to push it out and get it out there. I think we've put out some phenomenal music. I catch myself singing it, and I'm a music snob to the end. And when I catch myself singing my song, I go, nice. It's probably pretty good. It's probably pretty nice, you know. So, but let's get back into it, James. All of the nuclear stuff like that. You were involved with Autoworkers for Trump. Do we want to start with the green dynamic, or do we want to talk about the political affiliation? I loved your story. I don't know how much we want to get into it with the time that we have. And I'm not limited. You guys tell me when we're ready to go. But you were a Democrat up till what year?
I was a Democrat all the way to basically 2017. I chickened out in 2016, and I refused to vote because I thought, am I getting a cartoon character in a reality TV show guy, or am I getting Hillary? You know,
Wait, so you didn't vote in 2016?
I did not vote in 2016.
So you were already a conservative?
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
I just
half the conservatives don't vote anyways, you know, because they're like, on principle.
You couldn't take the leap.
That's right. Exactly. I was a chicken. And 2017, I realized that his policies were putting more of my paycheck in action working for our family, and more of things going well for us. And I just saw that his policies were taking over, and not only my workplace, but our business that we had started. And I had recently got married and had my daughter. And just things were going very well. And by 2017, it was probably really close to the beginning of 2017, I received a call from Brian Panelbacker.
Who's that?
He is the leader of Autoworkers for Trump.
Okay.
And we had a pretty awesome conversation, and little did I know it would land me in the White House with President Trump for the big, beautiful event with my family. I got to attend.
It's pretty powerful.
It was awesome. And what I noticed when I was inside that building was all the people in there were like us. It wasn't a bunch of
cool dudes.
Yeah, they were guys that were in the ranching industry, and auto industry. There was hostesses. There was, there was everyone. Every facet of the working class of America was represented in there. And I'll never forget, we were in these rooms: the green room, the blue room, I think the red room or whatever. And all of us were standing up because the furniture was all the presidential, the White House stuff. It's like, don't touch it.
Oh yeah,
don't touch it. And I'll never forget one of his aides coming in, and she said, of all the people in America that should sit in these chairs, it's you guys. Wow. And I just was like, this is awesome. So we all kind of sat down awkwardly, like, do I move? Do I any sudden movements? Do I,
Yeah, because you have such respect.
Yeah, and it was the first time I actually saw, like, a reflection of, like, you think of the White House, you just think of people that are, like, you're never going to meet these people, you're never going to be around them.
Right.
And to see it filled with people like myself and everybody here.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I mean, and everybody had a story. I mean, one lady, she made handmade leather purses and bags and sold them. And I mean, just...
And you're just there because...
Yeah. And she was just invited. And it wasn't It wasn't a bunch of like stuffed shirts, pencil pen jockeys behind a desk or something. It was people like me. It was people that make America go. It was the backbone of America represented.
And that's a dynamic that's very interesting to me. Is even Bill Maher has come out very, very prominently. Bill Maher has come out, but a number of other people have come out. They're like, until you go and sit with the president, whether it's at Mar-a-Lago or at the White House, you don't have a clue. You think this guy is evil or whatever he is. You vilify him in one way or another, and then you sit down with him, and it's phenomenal. I love the story of John Rich.
Yeah.
Sitting there and even shuts down the ones, Lindsey Graham, little light in the loafers, Lindsey. He shuts him down and he says, I'm talking because the president asked me. And I love John Rich. He's like, never calls me John, never calls me Mr. Rich. He just, John Rich. He's like, what do you think of this? And he asked him this question about, he goes, well, Mr. President, I think the vaccine's hurt a lot of people, And same thing with Bill Maher. Bill Maher's like, I didn't know what to expect. He goes, I went in, he goes, dude, this guy is salt of the earth, coolest, and you can't be Trump and do all of the things that he's done in business without being able to genuinely, not just interact, but genuinely interact with the common man on his level. And when you find out behind the scenes, I think we talked off air about the people that do things behind the scenes that you never see, that you would never know about. Trump's one of those guys that he would pay his more predominantly poor workers, he would give them higher bonuses during holidays and stuff like that nobody knew. And if he found out that the one huge story is the guy that pulled over when his limo had a blown tire and fixed his tire, and the guy finds out a week later that his mortgage is paid off. And Trump it's like, this guy is, he's a wealthy guy, but he's a wealthy guy who understands that his wealth is only successful because of all of the other supporting cast of characters that work for him and with him to bring about his success. And so he's paying it forward constantly. And I think that's that dynamic. You walk into the White House, this is not the Biden White House, this is not the Obama White House, this is not this stuffy, arrogant fuckers. This is a guy who understands that, and he dictates that to his staff.
Yeah.
Not in a overt demanding way, but in an understanding way of teaching and discipling and saying, look, the people that are coming in, they're salty earth, that are making handbags out of leather and that are coming in as auto workers. These are the people that make this country work.
Yep.
I may be a mogul and a titan of industry, but I understand that these people are the people on the ground that make it work every day. And so when they walk into the people's house, to the White House, to the commander-in-chief's residency, they need to not only understand that they're more than welcome, but that they can relax and enjoy the facilities. That's fucking phenomenal, dude.
Yep. He's relatable. I mean, the guy is authentic as you can get.
Right.
He's very approachable. I mean, the conversation at Drake, matter of fact, they would not let him speak at one of the union auto plants, so they had to let him go at Drake. And of course, anti-union. That place was chock full of UAW workers. It was the first time I ever had a conversation with them. There was a little bit of yelling. There's a picture in a newspaper, and if you wouldn't know any better, and of course you know how they always frame everything.
Yeah.
I'm yelling him back and forth
because
we're
so
having
loud.
A conversation. And if you've ever been to a Trump rally, it is lit.
Oh my God,
it is lit. I mean, Brian Pannebeker's brought me on stage before.
Yeah,
it is incredible. I mean, it's exhilarating and everything else, but it's loud. These people are fired up, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget. We were talking, and he says, "When are you going to get the union, the leadership to support me?"
Right.
And I said, Trump, they don't want to give you credit. I said, in 2019, when you put your thumb on the scale, when Mary Barra, when GM was a strike target that year, he put his thumb on the scale because she said, I'm not negotiating. We're done, walks away from the table and says, we're going to send everything to Mexico.
Isn't this the same chick that implemented all of the battery power stuff?
Yep.
Yeah.
But within minutes, he went out and said, if you do that, I will tariff your product so hard, you won't be able to sell it back in America.
Right.
And amazingly enough, guess what? She came back to the table.
Oh.
She came back to the table because Trump put his thumb on the scale for American workers, for union workers.
Yes.
When all of our leadership's against him, he has been there every single time and followed through. And it drives me crazy that I can go on the plant floor and a lot of them won't talk about it because it's intimidating sometimes for some people. They don't want to be vocal. And I get it. You know, they don't want to swim uphill and everything else.
Yeah.
But bottom line is over 60% of that plant floor belongs to Trump.
100%.
And all of them know they watched it. As we were getting ready to vote this last time, we watched Stellantis, GM, John Deere, and Caterpillar, and several other ones taking their products to Mexico.
Right.
While we were having that election, while they were in office saying, we're the most pro-union worker administration ever. We're pro-union. You better think a union member. That's what Kamala Harris was saying. Whatever, person she was placating in front of with her little slang accent of whoever conveniently was in the room. Kamala the chameleon was in action. But bottom line is, the one guy that actually did something for us was Trump. And the tariffs, they are trying to sabotage him in every way.
Yeah.
But the problem I have is if you go look right now, and we had this discussion, it's sad. If you go look at most American-made vehicles in America, you're going to find Honda, you're going to find Tesla, you're going to find Toyota,
and the ones that I said
Mercedes.
Was Mercedes, yeah.
So my problem is
BMW's got a huge footprint here as well.
If we're going to assemble it here, that's not essentially an American-made vehicle.
Right.
And we need to bring things back. And I watched my father, I'll never forget, like when NAFTA and everything really swung up, the amount of jobs that left our country. It was like strip mining our country. And I'll never forget when Obama got in, I voted for him twice. Please pray for me, everybody. I own it.
I think you've been delivered and repented quite well.
But bottom line, I'll never forget him saying, those jobs are never coming back. They're never coming back. And then within the first, 8 months of Trump's first term, 500,000 came back?
Was this the same Obama who said, what has he got? He got a magic wand? What's he going to do to bring back jobs? He's got a magic wand? Right. And before he took the oath of office, he had, who was the HVAC, one of the big HVAC companies, one of the companies that makes your furnaces. He literally he negotiated to have them bring back manufacturing back to the United States before he took the oath of office. And Obama was like, what's he going to do? He's going to bring back, he's going to wave a magic wand and bring back this. He's like, it wasn't a magic wand. It was called knowing how to do the art of the deal. I think that's a book somewhere.
And the will to do it.
And the will to do it.
Wanting to help the people.
Yeah.
And it can make all the difference.
100%.
Right.
You're a little muffled.
Might be that beard.
Tap that. You are. Just turn it a little towards your face hole. There it is.
Is that better?
That's a little better. Yeah, I want to hear you. But you're exactly right. Is that Trump has this ability to negotiate that people don't even comprehend, and then he comes in there, and it's not just negotiate. I love the way that he overdoes his praise for just about everybody until they screw him over, obviously and completely. Great guy. He looks good. He's a good guy. He's a great guy. You like him. I like him. There's memes that have done on this, right? And then you go, that's not a good guy. But Trump is the guy that wants to connect with people on a true, authentic level.
Yep.
And you've had to experience. How many times have you met with the president?
Twice. So the big beautiful Bill, and then the Macomb County.
Okay.
We had a brief stint, and it was amazing. I mean, the man will tell you. A lot of people say Detroit is back. Detroit is back, and he'll talk about when Detroit was the diamond of the world.
Yeah, it's
and,
not.
and
it's
for
not,
them to say it's back,
not.
I get it. When he said those comments and everybody they attacked him. Oh, he's bashing the D and blah blah blah. Hey man, the D sucks compared to what it was.
Oh,
it was a diamond.
Good.
It wasn't just a D. It was a diamond. It was the mecca of the world.
Most of the suburbs of Detroit are in at least in decline, if not outright being taken back over. They've turned multiple whole sections, let alone blocks and streets, back rural. I can drive through parts of Detroit and it's there's a house and then nothing.
Yep.
And then a house and nothing. And it's just fields.
Yep.
Which on one level could be great, but it is not the Detroit of the auto industry at its peak when they were building. They couldn't keep up with the amount of houses they were building to supply auto workers, families, places to live so that they could work in the industry.
I mean, Ford was building literal cities to bring people over.
Right.
And I brought that up too. Like a lot of people don't understand, like when we were really at our pinnacle and we were really going in this country, we made legal immigration great again. People had to come for the work labor that was here because we had so much work. We didn't even have enough workers.
100%.
But they came over legally.
Yeah.
And the problem is now they want all these criminal aliens to come over here, and they just want to drain everything, have everything. It's a socialized ideology
100%.
that is collapsing. The reality is 1 in 8 people on SNAP benefits. I mean, all these things are collapsing.
It's ridiculous.
1 in 8.
In the chat, they're saying train. Train, Lennox, or Carrier. I believe it was train or Carrier, but I'm leaning towards train. Was one of the HVAC manufacturer that Trump negotiated before they even brought it back. Maybe you guys could help me in the chat and look it up real quick on Grok 4.0 and figure it out. But no, so the political affiliation shift. You're saying about 60%, roughly, from your perspective. It's anecdotal, but that's your ground level assessment. Is about 60%. I know a number of union people that are like, they go, yeah, I know Trump's good, and they're doing this,
and they'll whisper it.
They'll whisper it, but it's this. We've had for a long time this indoctrination, right? The predominantly the black community, predominantly the unions, predominantly the inner cities. They've been indoctrinated to vote for the Democrat no matter what. No, don't question. That's.
And I was there. I lived it. I know. I mean,
how much did you assess before that 2016, 2017 dynamic? How much did you ever assess the political platform of the people versus just voting because there was a D next to the name?
I voted because there was a D.
Yeah.
I looking back on it now, I get embarrassed. My values and my beliefs were not represented by the Democrat Party at any point, and I kept constantly catching myself having people question me like, "Well, I thought you were a Christian, and I thought you were this, and and why are you supporting abortion, and why are you supporting?" And every time I'd be backpedaling all the time, constantly trying to defend it. And I don't. Well, our jobs and our blah blah blah. Well, to be fair, the Bush, we talked about this, the Bush family, the Clintons and the rest, none of them had our back. Up until Trump, really, I mean, this is a whole different dynamic of the Republican Party to the point where they are for everybody. They are bringing a bigger tent there. Right now, we're even having little divides in our tent because our tent's gotten so big. But the MAGA movement is alive and well, and I think people are starting to realize, like, hey, did anybody really realize before this the abuse of our tax dollars and the selling off of our country before Trump? I didn't. I was completely lost. I mean, you had my cousin on earlier. She could have really went into detail and shamed me a lot. But I used to lecture people on like why they should be voting for Obama.
Yeah.
I mean, I had no talking points. It was all emotion, which is what Democrats do. It's a no-win situation because it's always emotional. It's never factual and rational. It's never going to be the real deal.
I'm going to make Shane lean over the edge over there and look at the rules. Just look over real quick. I think it's rule number 9 on the board over there. He's not going to do it. Shane's not going to do it.
I would challenge you to a battle of wits, but I see you are unarmed.
on the outside of the rail.
The hell?
Yeah, no, I'll do it. I think it's rule number 9. Here in the man cave, rule number 9. Number 9. Yeah, rule. Damn thing. I leaned over and shut off my earphones and thought it was my microphone. So rule number 9 here in the man cave is carrier. Okay, thank you. My buddy Matt actually chiming in from the podcast. My neighbor over here.
Awesome.
He's like, I'm not feeling too good. I'm not going to go over for the Lions game. He's like, I'm a little under the weather. I'm like, it's all good, buddy. like I said, we've got a podcast starting. We pushed it back a little bit because we want to make sure the Lions were kicking ass. I don't know what the final score was. Maybe Shane.
They killed them better than EPA regulations on nukes.
They won by like 20 or something like that.
It's nice. So I said, Matt's a HVAC guy. He's a union HVAC guy. And so he was the one that was chiming in. I was trained Lennox Carrier. He determined it was Carrier that Trump negotiated with in 2016 before even taking office to bring back jobs.
But in your defense, though, as an Obama voter, back before Trump, the Republican Party was the party of the corporate elite.
Right,
They were the
they
party
sucked.
of corporate welfare, big government.
Yeah.
Of going to all these wars and spending trillions overseas.
And they co-opted
Dick Cheney's.
They co-opted anything that was good of the Tea Party. They infiltrated the Tea Party movement came in. It was very what we are today.
Yep.
Us sitting at the table, but they co-opted that and made it. They twisted that into being a bunch more.
It was their first January 6th.
100%.
Republicans were in support of NAFTA.
Yep.
They were in support of sending jobs overseas.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they supported just a myriad of terrible policies, lived up to every stereotype of Republicans as these fat cats who only cared about the wealthy, and those perceptions were true.
They were.
And Obama very cleverly played into that and was able to present himself as the alternative. Then, of course, he continued all the worst policies and then doubled down.
Divided the country more than ever.
Divided the country.
If you let me get a word in edgewise, I'll tell you there's a great sucking sound where all the jobs are going to go to Mexico. And if you would listen to me, Larry, I'll tell you the truth about that. But you got
Ross Perot, and we had Ross Perot, we had Pat Buchanan, and we had Ron Paul. All these people were suppressed. They were just totally treated like lepers by the Republican Party elites, and it took a Donald Trump to have the force of personality to be able to break through that.
100%.
And once he did, that got people like Autoworkers for Trump to start tuning in.
Yeah, Brian's grassroots movement, I mean, it lit a fire. I mean, it really did. I mean, I was on vacation in Tennessee, and I had worn my Autoworkers for Trump shirt, and I had people stopping me.
Isn't that cool?
Where do oh my gosh, like, do you know Brian? I'm like, yeah, I'm good friends with Brian. I mean, Brian is like a legend across the country right now.
Yeah.
He really has. I mean, how
many times has he been on a platform with Trump? It's got to be.
Oh my gosh, probably at least 12. I'd say 12 times.
I was going to say about a dozen times.
Yeah. So I mean, he right now, matter of fact, he could have took a break and wrote his book he's talking about that Trump's actually going to go and endorse and everything.
Yeah.
But he's actually running a grassroots campaign for Robert Lugerai out there in District 10 to replace John James. John James, the only guy that could do like push-up drills. He voted along with the Democrats the entire time he was
100%,
that
dude.
guy. But Robert Lugerai,
that's our next governor you were talking about.
John James was supposed to. Dude, I believe
if he's the only one left and it's a Democrat or him, yes, I'll eat the turd. But dude,
I have been so disappointed in John James.
I voted for him every time to get him in.
Because I thought, all right, here's a Republican black guy. Dude, how can you lose?
Yep.
We lost.
Yep.
Yeah. So I love this political affiliation shift because, for the longest time, the Republicans, as imperfect as they are, were the actual people for the working man, whereas the Democrats were for the corporations and oppressing the working man. But on the surface, it was flipped.
Yep.
And then you had the Republicans being the war. The war hawks
and the Uniparty
and the Uniparty, and then you find out, wait a minute, they're all in higher levels of power. It says Jesse Ventura says, "I'm just asking questions." Behind the scene, just like the WWE, we're all
it's all scripted.
It's all scripted, and we're all friends behind the scene. We vilify each other, and I'll be the heel this day, and then we're gonna go and have a beer afterwards.
Yeah, like Joe Biden. My great friend John McCain, he cared so much about civility in this chamber and blah, blah, blah. So they were all working for the same special interests.
Always.
So you guys make me feel better because I had my option of Mitt Romney or Obama, or I had John McCain or Obama. So, okay, I feel a little bit better.
I wanted to vote for the Screamer. I wanted to vote for... I think that
Howard
was
Dean.
That was Dean. Dean was like, I had recently something popped up in my feed. Somebody was talking about how great Geraldine Ferraro was, and I was like,
Are you kidding me?
What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, give my stack. I gotta get my stack.
Oh man,
dude. Tisha, you've met Tisha before on the podcast.
Of course.
Shane. So she's this was her gift to me.
That's right. You told me that.
Was the mini F-bombs and then the 2 big F-bombs. You know what? I think I've reached.
You've earned it.
I've
cash them in. Cash them in.
Yeah, it's like the Monopoly thing.
It is. I got the big F. So, how is the you're still you got your own business.
Yep.
But you're still involved in.
I'm in the auto industry.
You're still in the auto industry.
This is my 8th plant in over 26 years.
Okay. So are you online? Are you supervision?
Nope.
Obviously?
I'm just an auto worker. Yep.
You're just an auto worker.
Yep.
So, and then you also have your own business. How we talked with your cousin Annessa for quite a while about the nuclear. Mm-hmm. How has this Green New Deal? You mentioned off show before we started about how devastating and such bullshit the lightning was with Ford. I've got one friend. I do have one friend. He's genuine, but it's because his wife works in it. They get whatever she's at.
One of them has to get it. One of them has to lease one.
They have to lease
yes.
one. And so he's like, there's no harm, no foul. He's like, I get one for free, so whatever, right? You know. But other than that, I know I saw, and I'm a Ford guy, right? I was raised that way, and I've come to understanding it's like buy the vehicle that works best for you, okay?
Right, 100%.
But I also was raised as a Ford guy, so I lean towards Fords. I love the styling of the Fords for the most part.
Oh, we have the great looking lineup. We really do.
But I tell you what, at one point I looked at, I think the Chrysler 300s are a badass looking sedan. I think they're one of the higher level looking sedans, especially since Ford did away with most of their sedans.
Yeah, they did away with their cars.
Yeah. I think that Jeep has always maintained a really good, solid.
They got a cult following. It's kind of like you're a Jeep, you're a Jeep.
Right, know? But it's also they've got that user friendly. There was a lot of interchangeable dynamics to a lot of it. Like they could customize it. I think Bronco's really kicked ass on being
sales are way up right now.
That dynamic of interchangeability. I mean, I can buy like the gumpiest looking, basically a Ford Escape looking Bronco. You know, with the cheap ass steel wheels, or I can buy that fucker that's going to go through any Raptor, field and do everything. It's going to be badass. So
the OJ Mobile,
the OJ Mobile, yeah, the white Bronco,
the white, yes, the white Bronco. Classic, iconic.
Yeah, so I think it comes down to a lot of times, and then again, when we talk about the ones that are actually assembled here with the most American-made parts, you know, we got to go to a Toyota and a Honda and a Mercedes, and what was the fourth one?
Tesla.
Which
is even crazier.
It was just crazy. But so you've got these dynamics, and I go, you know what? Drive what you like, what works for you, and don't tell me that what I'm driving is anything less.
100%.
Just do you. And I'll appreciate you. I remember when my buddy bought one of those. He bought one of the Chargers. Okay. What was it was the SVT or whatever it was, and he pulled in here, and everybody walked out. I'm a Ford guy, and we all walked out and went, "Oh my God, that's so badass!" And it had the Hemi in it, and it was fucking incredible. And we're like, "This is awesome." So I think we've come in the auto industry. You choose by quality less than brand name, and the quality is supposed to be there, but it's supposed to be across the spectrum of the brand name. But the reality is it's the quality and then the other dynamics of integrity. So looking at this, I think the green energy industry dynamics have really sabotaged across the board that momentum. You know, we haven't improved the internal combustion engine with the right dynamics.
Because they don't want to. Just like the nuclear industry, they wanted to kind of let it rot away. That's the same thing they wanted to do with the ICE vehicles.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to just go right over to the EVs. The problem is, you know, look, if you're the business and they're offering you $10 billion of taxpayer money to go build something, you're stupid not to take it, okay? I get it. If you're one of the big three and they're like, hey, we're giving you $10 billion, I need you to do this.
Right.
And Ford built a giant plant. I mean, here's the funny part. They always say, well, if these cars come back, we can't build the plant fast enough. Dude, they built that plant in a year and a half. When they got that money, they built that plant in a year and a half.
Oh, 100%.
Where
Push
the
comes to
lightning
shove, you get that shit done.
And bottom line is I get it. They took the money, and as they should. Are you gonna say no? I'm not gonna take free money.
Right.
I mean, hey, they're gonna take it.
And how about all the dealerships that were forced to put in $1 million charging stations?
Yep. And the problem I have is not the company itself. The government tried to sit in there and put their thumb on business, private business, capitalism, and they tried to say, no, you're going to do our idea. And you know what? It's been for the detriment, because now all these companies are pulling the plug because it has cost them so much money that a lot of these EVs, a lot of their programs, $3 to $5 billion in losses a year.
100%.
It has never turned the corner.
Never.
The idea of the whole thing was big government, subsidies, and all the other things. And the funny part, like we talked about this before, if it was really about saving the planet, and there was no biases, right?
Right.
When that energy summit came, and you shunned the furthest ahead EV place of Tesla, and then catered to the other three. And again, I don't have a problem with those three, but I do have a problem with you gave the middle finger to Tesla, who was the furthest ahead.
The industry leader.
Yeah, the industry leader. And you tell me, we need to do this. It's saving the planet. It's for the betterment of our children and all this other stuff. But you snubbed them because it was 100% political.
Right.
And they showed that it was a scam. And then the worst part about the whole thing is, as we were shipping all these jobs over before Trump, they were going over to countries that were they weren't even regulated at all. They were polluting at sometimes 300 times the rate.
Oh, like we said earlier in the show, Obama shutting down clean coal plants, which clean coal, they go to the tower and they go, oh, look at all the pollution coming out of it. It's water vapor, you dumb shit. Clean coal doesn't put out an actual gas like that. Clean coal puts out awesome
And we're shutting down clean production energy,
down clean coal,
and they're building 10 for one we shut down here. That polluted 300 times the rate.
They were doing one a week or one every 10 days, every 7 to 10 days in China. And their cities, the people there have to wear masks because it's so polluted.
Well, you remember the Beijing Olympics? They stopped all production.
Yes.
For what was it? 8 months before the Olympics, or maybe
so they
it was
clean the air.
To clean the air and make it cleaner.
Yeah.
And even still, the Olympic athletes that went there said that air was horrible.
Horrible. Yeah.
And it's like, we all live on the same planet last time I checked. I mean, I know some people it's flat or whatever for them, but we're still on the same
We still live
planet.
on the same Earth.
And it's like you shipping it over here unregulated and using slave labor. Let's not even get to the Uyghur Muslims and everything else.
3 million.
Yeah, we have
Uyghur
more
Muslim
slaves in our country right now
right.
than we ever did before. But yet, all we're talking about is the...
Wait. Where's slavery predominantly still legal throughout the world? Isn't it in the Muslim countries and China? Muslim countries in China?
Yep.
Isn't that where slave labor is? Slave labor and actual slaves being on auction blocks? Isn't it Muslim countries? And I'm just throwing out there. Sorry, my microphone. This is the dynamic that we're dealing with. We've got some people, Trump included, obviously, and at the forefront of it, who are trying to be actually efficient, actually productive, actually bringing forth the proper technologies to make the country great again, to make America great again, and then, a rising tide raises all ships. He's trying to rise the tide. I mean, he's not just doing these tariff negotiations to screw other countries. He's trying to balance the trade.
He's trying to make it fair. There's
imbalance.
there's products right now that we send to Canada before this even started.
Yeah.
They had up to 300%, 200% on different products that we sent to Canada. They tariffed. And I'll be honest with you, Canada. Hey man, I'm sorry you guys are to our north, whatever.
No, listen, you don't criticize there, eh?
We don't need them. They need us. This bottom line there's a Grimes guy I heard on one of the podcasts recently. All he taught, we got to sit down and make this deal. You need us. No, we don't.
We don't.
We are the daddy of the world. Whether they like it or not, we are daddy, and daddy's home. And bottom line, if you want to compete in the biggest world market, it is ours. And guess what? If you want to sell it here, you better build it here.
I just listened. I have to take a break from political and other stuff like that. And I just listened to this guy who does the map thing. anyways, he goes.
We're not
through,
talking about minor attracted person crap, right? I don't know.
No.
Okay, just making sure, man. I was like,
Thank you for
we
clarifying.
just went way out the
Yeah,
reservation.
thank you for clarifying. No, he does the thing where he goes through each state in the union and he points out some fact about it, right? And so one of the things he pointed out, he was like, the United States, the economy of the United States is larger than the next 3 major industrial economies combined. China, Germany, and what was the third one?
India?
India.
Russia.
Oh, really? I thought it was India. I was with him on that one. But either way, you're talking about 2 of the countries that manipulate their currency.
But the United States
Worse than ours.
economy is the driving economy. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to undermine it within. They're trying to undermine it without. But they're trying to. I mean, that's Biden did a great job of fucking it up, and so they had to introduce BRICS to do this. But the Fed has been the reserve currency. Now, I think that needs to change. I think Trump needs to push forward with some of the dynamics of going back to being a. That's what ultimately got Kennedy killed was
gold-backed currency.
He printed up $5 million in actual Federal Reserve, not Federal Reserve, greenbacks from issued from the United States. And the minute he got those ready to implement, that's when they took the shot at him, quite literally, and they took him out. And it's funny that they put him on the the Kennedy dollar.
Well, evil always likes to go, look at. Always like to do
Look at what's our most prolific bill that we use all day long is the $20 bill, and it has Andrew Jackson on it. Andrew Jackson was the one who fought the central bank hardcore.
Yep.
I mean, he had 2 terms, but they were broken up, kind of like a Trump dynamic.
Yep.
He fought against the charter of the bank.
Yep. They may not parade the headless carcass through the streets, but they have a way of doing their thing.
And it's the same way they mock Lincoln by putting him on the brown coin and having him the opposite face as all of the other coins.
I never really realized that.
Yeah. His face is opposite because if you put all the coins there, they're looking away from him, and he's on the brown coin because he freed the slaves. And I have some issues with Lincoln, but the fact is that the UK was coming in, Great Britain was coming back in to try to recapture the United States by funding the southern states. And I disagree with the dynamic of not allowing the states to have secession. I think that was, but the minute that the southern states then launched their war and they attack, was it Fort Sumter?
Fort Sumter, yeah.
The minute that they do that attack, then it's provocation. Then we have to retaliate. Then we have to do this, and so there's all these dynamics. You go back and forth. There's nothing ever clean.
No.
In anything that we do.
It's muddy and all of it.
And so I look at the sabotage they're doing, trying to push this green bullshit that's going on. I remember what was that? They used the green police, green police, and it was all this thing where it's like, are you driving an EV? You're driving this thing? Now, my mother-in-law has a phenomenal little Ford Escape.
Mm-hmm.
It's
unfortunately discontinued it, but yeah.
Yeah, right. She got one of the last ones. I think hers is a 21
Great
or 22.
little vehicle.
She's got the hybrid. She tells me yesterday, she's like, I just had to fill up because the little motor in it charges up her battery, and she'll drive all through town and go to Myers and go to run to the UPS store and do all her little things that she's got to do and run over to Tractor Supply to get things for the chickens on the battery, and then her motor kicks in when it needs to, and she's getting phenomenal mileage. And I go, all of the people that they've killed or marginalized or suppressed that were doing little carburetor alterations back in the day, or doing fuel injection alterations,
or running on water.
Exactly, doing electrolysis, doing all that shit, and they were getting 60 to 80 miles per gallon on this, right? And they've gotten rid of those people, and now what's the best we can do? My truck is a 2.7 liter
turbo,
twin turbo, right? So its pistons are the same size as my 1984 Ford Escort. It's the same size pistons, and I'm driving a full-size pickup truck, but it's an aluminum body, and it's got this thing. And I go, there are other ways that they could have been efficient, and the government regulations have so suppressed those.
Oh, yeah.
And the cronies in the individual corporations have so suppressed that, because they're like, if this technology gets out, it's like, I don't need a new fucking truck if my truck's working great.
Yep.
So how do you get me to buy a new truck? You program it to be obsolete. You do programmed obsolescence. You work at it. It's like the Apple. I think you have an Apple, right?
Yeah, after 3 years or whatever, hey, it's not working as well.
Right.
Oh, the battery's dying faster.
The battery's not working. I have to buy a new one. It's the same thing.
First iPod they ever came out with was engineered to have a battery that would die after the first 6 months so they could buy the next battery, and they got sued in a class action lawsuit and had to settle with the people. This is the shit that we're dealing with, is you've got people that have they're not introduced. Tommy, my guitar player, he walks in, he goes, I got the new iPhone. It's a piece of shit. I hate it. He's trying to do things and he's like, why did I get a new phone? This is garbage.
The Uber guy didn't steal mine when I was coming back from Alaska. I wouldn't have had to get that one.
So I got
and also another thing is you get one and then it's a new charging port randomly.
Yeah. They have to change the
whole thing.
It's such a pain in the ass.
So
designed to squeeze every dollar out of it.
This tablet I got, this iPad I got March, April. I love it. I can unplug it. Does this other thing. The other one down there that we picked up last month, identical models, but 6 months later, that one dies 50% faster. I'm like, they're fucking identical. I got to keep them separate based on the cases that I have on them. I go, okay, and I keep them. You can see that I got a cord plugged in right here. Let me give you the overhead shot. Look, I got a cable plugged in here. I keep them all plugged in because I don't know if there's an actual designation for it, like the fear of missing out, or FOMO, fear of missing out. I have a fear of unplugging some of these fucking tablets because they've engineered them so horribly or on purpose that they're meant to fucking fall apart at a certain point. Not because they actually fall apart, but because they engineered them to fall apart. If you guys ever watched it, I challenge everybody out there, I've said this many times on the show, go watch Planned Obsolescence. There's a documentary years ago, and part of it's in, like a third of it's in a foreign language. But it's this dude is trying to figure out why his printer stopped printing. And he found out, some guy figures it out in Kazakhstan or some shit like that, that there's a little teeny chip on the whole motherboard that keeps a count. And when it hits like 1,500 pages of printing, it just shuts down. And he wrote a little algorithm to go in, and you put a USB in the front, and it resets the counter. And the printer works fine. And it goes back to it's the Great Light Bulb Conspiracy, I think is what its actual documentary is called, the Great Light Bulb Conspiracy, that when they originally invented light bulbs through Edison, they lasted too long. Isn't
there one that's still like it's just
there's a firehouse in California where the light bulbs, unless they literally break physically, they're still in operation 120, 130 years later. They did a whole celebration at the 100-year anniversary of these light bulbs still working. And I go, now we've got fucking LED lights, which are very much of an improvement from any fluorescent bullshit. But these fuckers are
don't last very long.
But they're sending out frequencies. They're monitoring us. They're sending out all sorts of stuff. And I go, can we go back to the original incandescent lights that could last forever until we actually physically break them?
And they found health benefits from the original lights
because of the light frequency coming forth. You're exactly right. The light frequency coming forth is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, I got a new one. So I bought a printer recently, Hewlett Packard, right?
Oh boy.
And okay, it was a decent price. Worked pretty well. Working for 3 months, stops printing, and it says, "Oh yeah," I called them. We gave you 3 months of a subscription free when you bought it. Now you have to pay $5.99 a month to use your own printer that you bought.
Are you fucking kidding
That
me?
is their new policy for HP and other major companies
Holy
that are doing
shit.
that.
Now,
So if you buy a new printer, there's a good you got to look. You find maybe a lesser brand that's not doing it. Because if it's HP or any of the big companies, they're going to charge you a subscription to be able to use your own printer at your own home.
Holy shit.
I almost shit my pants. I'm like, what the fuck?
Where are the take one? Yeah. Where are the white hats or the black hats? I don't give a shit what hat you wear.
Yeah,
where are the hats that are hacking this stuff? I was talking with Tish's boyfriend. He's phenomenal. Robert. I think you've met Robert.
Yes, I have.
Robert's awesome. He works for a internet company.
Oh.
Cable provider. I don't want to say more than that. Robert, I'm down there. I'm like, dude, I got one of these tablets down here. I got 4 of the same identical tablets that I was handed at the exact same time. One of them keeps popping up with an error saying Verizon login authentication error. I go, I turned off Verizon. I'm not logging in. I'm on Wi-Fi. I don't need to use this as a fucking phone. What are you talking about, right?
I think you just gave away that it was Verizon, but go on.
No, he doesn't work for Verizon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. We're safe.
No, so I'm asking him, I'm like, dude, have you ever encountered this? And we sat down there for an hour at the bar, just bouncing ideas off each other, and then we went in and we were in the settings, and we did this, and we did that, and we did that. No, it's still fucking messed up. You know what it is? They want me to authorize Verizon to have access to the fucking tablet. I'm like, it's on Wi-Fi. I literally used that tablet to control the volume and a couple of the other things for the big screen and the receiver over here. I don't use it for anything else. I don't need you to fucking log into anything. And it keeps popping up. Verizon login failure. It's code 105. I'm like, what? This is the shit that they're doing, dude. They're trying to worm their way into everything, right? We talked about it before the show, how this fucking TV's listening to us.
Oh, 100%.
My phone's listening to us. This computer, I go...
They've now proven that the routers in your house actually map out a 3-dimensional thing inside your house of what's going on.
They know exactly what's going on.
Through walls and everything.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
And when you're buying political ad packages now, if you go through someone who's like an expert, they will say, hey, what are the keywords that you want to put into this ad so that when people say it in their rooms and their device captures that, it'll automatically create a programmatic ad that will appear on Facebook or Google or an app.
And to profile you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now it's just a thing, you know.
And think about this. Go, all right, why did they get rid of lead paint?
Oh, here we go.
Because fucking lead paint was a natural frequency blocker. It had nothing to do with kids. The amount of... Okay.
I might have ate a chip or two.
One of my grandsons... One of my grandsons at one
house.
point was diagnosed with like accelerated lead, right? And there was some developmental dynamics that were going on. Like he didn't talk. He had some, he didn't have any shakes or anything like that, but he had some movements.
That's why I voted for Obama twice.
Right?
Oh God,
and he had some things where he was
the chips.
Where he was slow to learn, right? And so they told my daughter, they're like, listen, he's got some elevated lead, and we need to, do this and things like that. Like, is there lead in this? And, like, this kid's sitting there just munching on fucking lead paint like it's falling off the wall, and he's eating it the whole time, right? No, there was other things that were going on. Maybe some jabs, maybe, because they only have 7,500 jabs nowadays. We had 6 when I was a kid, And they're doing this, and now he's gone. He's worked through it. Normal kid, everything like that, right? And I go, I got jabs when I was a kid, right? I got vaccines when I was a kid, right? I had hyperactivity attention deficit. I had all this stuff. My mom had to take me off artificial colors and flavors because I would react to those. You get to a certain point where you grow, your body becomes bigger, you absorb the amount of mercury in your fucking system. I got a buddy right now that still deals with peanut allergies. You know why? Because that was one of the things back in his age group, 30s and 40s, they grew the fucking vaccines on peanuts. That's why they had peanut allergies.
That's wild.
This shit it's self-explanatory when you realize they fucked everybody up. They did this on purpose.
We create a problem to solve the problem.
Problem, reaction, solution. Isn't that the Hegelian dialectic? And so we're looking at this. And I look at Trump in the auto industry. isn't it just the level of common sense that he brings back to the table that is waking up guys like you that voted for Obama or abstained from voting, period, because you're like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But this is
I was
not
like,
right.
I better not pick again. I got it wrong twice.
Right,
I mean,
right.
bad.
And so
Trump has that kind of common sense, old school mindset that has died off within much of the population.
But I think he follows through too. I mean, it's like I said, I've heard a lot of people tell me like, we're gonna protect union workers. We're gonna protect your jobs. When he did that in 2019, I'm telling you, no other president ever did that. No other president ever. They wouldn't even. As a matter of fact, during our negotiations, nobody ever even would say anything. Right. Or they'd say, well, I hope they get something done, or blah, 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 blah. That was the first time I ever saw a president like do something that actually benefited me in a very positive light. I mean, it's the first time ever. I mean, I've never seen a president do that.
Isn't that the thing with Trump is we saw tangible things.
Yeah.
When you see other presidents that are working against us, right? Yep. It's slow, it's incremental. That's the communist platform is a slow incremental in reference to the income tax, but that's the way it's stated out in the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto is slow incremental increases in this area. Whereas Trump came in and he did things that were demonstrable. You could look at it and go, holy shit. Look at that. You know, that's. I watched guys like you. I watched huge in the black community. A little less than the Latino as far as vocally, other than Shane. Trejo.
Trejo, yeah. So
he's.
I'm
He's
very stealth.
He's very stealth about his Latino.
my heritage.
And if I got that wrong, it's okay because my last name is my original birth name was Sojka. I'm Polish Czechoslovakian, so if I fuck it up, it's I'm a Polak, so it's all good.
Fair enough.
That's an aspersion we can cast without any retribution whatsoever. But don't say anything about the Jews. You can say things about the Polacks, we can make jokes about that, even though that was the first people that Hitler went after. Anyway, so but the point is that I watched all of these different groups. They had no other ideology, no other frame of reference, no other political agenda whatsoever, and they just went, holy shit, man. I got a little bit more money in my fucking pocket. This Trump guy doing the shit, man. I'm going to vote for this guy.
Yep.
You know? And then I think it was divinely appointed that the election was stolen. YouTube, go fuck yourself. I think it was divinely appointed that the election was stolen and Biden was there as the puppet so that Obama could be in his basement. If I could be my third term in my basement and just tell everybody what to do and control the public.
I mean, the reality of what was about to happen if COVID didn't come through, if they didn't manufacture COVID, Trump's economy, oh my gosh. Dude. I mean, this would have been a whole different country already
100%.
with what was going to happen and what was returning back to our country. We were becoming a powerhouse again. And the bottom line is they had to sabotage the world to take him out.
Right.
And that's what they did.
And then you look at it and go,
they're sabotaging the country with the shutdown.
Right. And then having people in his cabinet because he desperately wanted to reach across the aisle. He wanted to make, hey man, I want everybody to be friends. Let's work this out. And they stabbed him in the back. And I'll tell you right now, I'm pretty sure he learned his lesson from that one because
100%.
He certainly has got his foot on the gas pedal now.
Isn't that the thing with now you're fully entrenched in the conservative dynamic, but even when you were, in the Democrat camp, Democrat dynamic, we ascribe. I think the vast majority. Larry, if Larry was on tonight, Larry, regular co-host, you know Larry. Larry, he's like, you can't be a Democrat and vote for. Or you can't be a Christian and vote for Democrats. And I go, Larry, that's nuanced, dude. Because the vast majority of good people that vote Democrat are ascribing to the Democrats their own goodness, their own self-worth, their own ideology and heart motivation. They're not ascribing to them an evil, diabolical
And most
dynamic.
of them don't even believe the radical things that they are pushing right now. A lot of them, if you have that
100%.
conversation, they'll look at you like you're an alien. Like, what are you talking about?
They're voting because
they want to cut
D.
kids' wieners off. They want to teach them all that stuff.
No.
And they look at you like, no, that's not happening.
Right.
And it is. But the crazy, like, you're right. Like, a lot of people that vote Democrat, they're just like, no, they're great. They're for the working people, JFK.
Yeah.
If you were to unbury JFK right now and have him talking, they'd probably consider him a far-right radical right now.
100%. It's just like RFK Jr.
Right.
I had to sit here leading up to it, and I was already espousing long before, from the time that he announced that he was running to the time that he moved over to Trump, I was fully on RFK's side because I listened to his platform and what he was espousing. And most people were like, oh, he's a Democrat. He can't be governor.
His green stuff scared me a little bit.
And I was like, but here's a guy that fought multiple cases.
Right, and won.
On the right side of things.
Yep.
Environmentally. He wasn't doing the environmental crazy whack job stuff. He was, when you looked at the case and you read through it, you went, holy shit, this makes sense. This is common sense. There are shitheads on the corporate, quote unquote, Republican side, but really just crony capitalism sides that are trying to just fucking mess up society. They're trying to pollute and get away with it, and because they're technically on the right side of things, we go, oh, well, he's a Republican. I go, no, he's an asshole.
Right.
He's trying to destroy that. I go, no. And here's look at what Trump came out and said. He's like, I went to blows with Kennedy, I think it was twice, RFK Jr. twice, right? And he's like, and he won. And he was right. He tried to do a golf course in a spot, and Kennedy was like, no, we need to maintain this, long before Trump was president. And Trump came out and admitted RFK was right in both those lawsuits.
And I think a lot of us MAGA supporters are also in that same light, because if you remember when the jab came out and Trump was like, warp speed and everything's great, and all, every one of us were like, no, no thanks, man. No. And then when he did the knee-jerk emotional response and he banned the bump stocks, it was like, come on, man, you're just giving them a feather in their hat.
Yep.
But those are the things we can be critical. Yes. But we still like our president because, you know what, we're not a bunch of cult people like the left or the right.
Correct.
Trump is a whole other thing. I don't think they realize, like, you've opened Pandora's box to a whole other level, because we can still be critical of what we don't like about him. But what we like about him is far better than the few things over here that we don't
100%.
like.
And you've met him. He's the guy that you can walk up and go, Mr. President, I agree with 95% of your platform. Yep. Here's where I disagree. And he'll go, okay, why do you disagree?
100%.
He won't go, well, you're a fucking dog-faced pony soldier and get the fuck away from me.
Like Joe Biden with the electrical worker.
Exactly.
He's like,
exactly. No, Trump will go. Trump will seek out people that disagree so he can hear them.
Yep.
And he seeks out the average, what we would consider to be insignificant person. Yep. The person that doesn't have a national platform. That's what I mean by insignificant. Doesn't mean they're not a person with a self-worth, but it means he will seek out the person that doesn't have an agenda or a platform, and he'll go, why do you think that? Now, he's not going to seek out the average NPC that's just going along with a game. He's going to seek out somebody that's actually has an opinion that is educated. And I think that's a huge dynamic. I think that's phenomenal. Let's shift gears a little bit. Okay. I want to talk about tariffs to kind of end the shows. Okay. I think we don't even have to dive into Trump economics. I think we've done that over the last 20 minutes or so. But the effects on the tariffs, as far as I want to talk about a little bit with you, Shane, about Bitcoin, and I want to talk to you, obviously, James, about the auto industry in particular. I know I read a couple blogs just before we went live or just before you showed up. I was doing some research and putting the paper together. Somebody in one of the southern states, not extreme, maybe Kentucky, Tennessee, so mid southern, but they were like, absolutely love the tariffs because we had 700 jobs created because Trump put a tariff on Canada, and now we had 700, the numbers off the top of my head, but 700 jobs created because we had an influx of production that was necessary for the automotive industry here in the United States that shifted from Canada.
Right.
And so that was huge. It's not just the revenue, which is trillions and trillions of dollars that have come in from the tariffs, but it's also it's really this catalyst of putting the jobs back here, which benefits the actual worker. Speak to that effect of the tariffs on the automotive specifically.
That's a great question. So I want to start back a little further than that.
Okay.
Because if you remember the USMCA,
Yeah.
Trump started that trade agreement, and when he put it in place, if you remember, people mocked him because they said, hey, are you trying to look out for Mexican workers? Why are you trying to like make sure they make more? What he was trying to do was, hey, if you're going to shut down production here and move it here, I know why you're doing it, so you got to pay a comparable amount. Well, they mocked him and making fun of him and everything else, but what it did was it froze it because
appeal to ridicule.
They couldn't go and take advantage of cheap labor.
Yeah.
Right. So it slowed it down. But then when you saw the Biden administration get in there,
Pathetic.
you saw all of them flooding down to Mexico right before even the election.
Is that the great sucking sound?
Right. So the bottom line is he tried to do this with policy of the USMCA, and it was a great policy. It really was for Americans. But even when Biden was in office, you saw the giant push of momentum of all the jobs going over to the other countries, and it was just going to be a bloodbath. Literally, what Trump said, it was going to be a bloodbath had he won.
Yeah, they misconstrued that whole fucking
thing. He had to
thing,
come back with the tariffs because it was the only way to make these other countries play ball. They had been getting the hand over fist, taking our jobs, coming in and using slave labor, unregulated completely. Meanwhile, the EPA is shattering us. We just got done talking about the energy sector alone.
Yeah.
So you look at all these things, he finally is leveling the playing field. And here's the thing, if they're willing to come to the table and play ball, he's played ball with them. But if you want to mess around and you want to poke the bear, understand we still are the #1 world economy that you want to be in. And if you're not here, you ain't going to make it very far. So his tariffs are finally making it fair across the board and actually giving American workers jobs back that should have never left.
100%.
Let me make a quick point in favor of the tariffs from a free market perspective.
Okay.
And I think I consider myself a free market guy. Ideally wouldn't support any regulations, taxes, taxation is theft, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But we've had decades of, taking us off the gold standard, inflation,
a lot of crony capitalism,
bailouts, all these different distortions in the market. NAFTA, thousands of pages of regulations dictated the United States that really circumvented the way those regulations should have went into play and into process through the Constitution. So we've had all these different things that have distorted the market system. Now we're at a point where China's got us by the balls before Trump showed up. We're in a position where we're in a managed decline. We're no longer the superpower. We're losing our economic stature. People are losing their jobs. The manufacturing base has been gutted as a point of public policy. So how do we get back to where we were? The tariffs are a tool to try to, like you said, level the playing field and upend the globalist status quo in trade while we still have that advantage. We have that advantage now, but will we have that same advantage 3-4 decades from now? No, maybe China will have overtaken us by then on the current trajectory. So the tariffs are a way to completely nuke to talk about nukes, get it, but nuke the globalist status quo and try to bring us back to a position of strength and authority and hegemony in the world while we still have the economic bargaining power. That's what a lot of people, libertarian, free market people, don't understand. Too dogmatic in their ideology that this needs to be done.
You can't negotiate after you lose the foothold.
Exactly. It needs to be done right now while we still have the economic power that we do, or otherwise we're going to be in a decline. And then what comes next in a China-dominated world, there's not going to be any free markets, there's not going to be any civil liberties, and we'll be living in that Orwellian hell for
and that's the dynamic that I think most people miss is they think of jobs going overseas or even to Canada and Mexico, and they think, oh, well, it's just jobs to those people. And I go, you don't have a fucking clue of the environments that those people are working in. You think that this is a guy that has a pickup truck and 4 jet skis that he's hauling behind a trailer and going out with his family on the weekend. This is a guy that's barely living, if he has a home of his own in a third world hellhole, not Canada, but Mexico and the rest of the world. And I go, let alone the Uyghur slaves and also, and I go, are you serious? There are very small pockets of actual first world economic prosperity throughout the world. Very small pockets. There's a pocket here and a pocket there. Maybe if you're in South Korea, maybe you're pretty, you can do pretty well. Maybe if you're in a few other, everybody else, they're fucking third world hellholes, and if they're working in a plant, they're there for 14, 16-hour days. They're sleeping in the plant. They're owned by the plant. They're slaves in that plant.
Well, during COVID, they welded doors shut in Chinese factories. They kept them in there.
Correct. And that came to light huge during COVID.
Right.
But they don't even acknowledge the fact that well before COVID, they had suicide nets on
Around
the tops of these plants.
Apple, right?
Apple plants.
Yeah.
Where if people, they're basically a slave in the plant making this stuff. And if they wanted to commit suicide, they had nets. Oh, you tried to kill yourself?
But even if that's not enough, I want everybody to realize wartime materials. Everybody talks about, World War III might kick off. Well, guess what? Wartime materials are more imported to our country than we're making right now. Rosie the Riveter.
Yeah.
That was an iconic, situation
awesome.
of during wartime, ingenuity. That whole situation.
Right.
That wouldn't exist now. We would be screwed.
Correct.
Because right now, even with the aluminum shortage right now, with what the Ford's dealing with, the fire they had down in, I think, in New York or something.
And the number one supplier of aluminum is Australia.
So Canada is where we were getting a lot of our aluminum from, and they cried about the tariffs and everything else. But listen for a minute.
Was it coming from Canada, or
they
was
actually
it coming from
import it from other countries to Canada?
Because the largest,
100%.
Yeah, the largest plant is the western side of Australia is the largest aluminum producer in the world.
But there's a lot of other, I think it was Argentina and some other ones. But they send them up to Canada, and then they send them to us. There's no reason. Why are we using Canada as a middleman ever? In our wartime material, by the way, we have them in Alabama. We have mines here.
Yeah.
We can do it here.
Yes.
And the people that say, I don't care, I want them to think about this. Everyone has this idea, America, nothing ever bad will happen, okay? And I hope it never does. But the reality is, if it ever hits the fan, and we find out just how much we depend too much for wartime materials from these other countries, I'm telling you, it's game over. These people do not really realize how bad it could get.
I'm going to pull up.
How about during COVID, when it showed that during the supply chain we were relying on China to get many crucial medicines that people needed. So
that's ridiculous.
Self-sufficiency for a country or for a people, whether it's a locality,
is a security.
It's national security.
Yeah.
And if we're relying on foreigners to give us all these different goods that we need to survive, or survive during a crisis, then we'll be left holding the bag during that crisis, or we'll be completely dependent on the
I'm not saying be an isolationist, but bottom line is we have to be realistic about this. And if we can't have our own wartime materials here in our country as a stability of hey, if it hit the fan, we're good. We can still import from here and here that play ball with us, but we're still good. Right now, we are not.
We're not. And I pulled this up because I want to see this. Hard times
create strong men.
Create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. And it's a cycle. No matter what we do, we can't escape that cycle. And I want people to recognize this is prosperity. I grew up in the church, and or at least the church dynamics, and looking at this and going, it's not about the prosperity gospel. It gets vilified a lot of times because of corrupt preachers. I get it, 100%. Don't vilify. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. There's a lot of times that the prosperity gospel gets no. The Lord owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, and He wants us all to be prosperous. He wants us to be. He said to Abraham, He said, "I've blessed you to be a blessing. I want you to be so blessed that you have to give away the abundance that you have. Let alone sell it to this one, sell it to that one. But you got
pressed
so
down,
much
shaken together till it's running over.
Yeah, exactly, running over. And they try to vilify being prosperous, right? No, we're talking about being vilify the people that are exploiting the prosperity, that are trying to enslave. When you think of Rockefellers, or you think of who was the one? It was a Rockefeller, not a Rockefeller, a Carnegie. When he had more, he was like the most wealthy on paper and in the public. He was the most wealthiest man in the world, right? And yet he had a payphone in his fucking mansion in England that he made his kids use the payphone, to use the phone. This is a guy with, at the equivalent dollar that's been devalued, billions of dollars, and he's making his kids use the payphone in his own mansion. You go, okay, that's completely different than prosperity. The Lord wants us all wealthy. And the reality is there's so much wealth within the earth and with what God's created that all of us, when they break it down all the time, they go, oh, if that money that was spent on this could have been broken down and
well,
given
if
to
we
these
tithed, if everybody tithed, you wouldn't need SNAP. You wouldn't need
Exactly.
EBT. You wouldn't need that.
Exactly.
The food banks would be flooded by the churches.
100%. And that's the dynamics that we're looking
And
at.
I'd rather do that because it's going to where it's supposed to go, not
Correct.
a tax that they're studying chameleons somewhere that have gay tendencies.
So Trump's implementing tariffs, and he's saying, okay, I'm going to charge the countries that are using slave labor and extorting their people to balance the trade imbalance and bring jobs back here. Because it's no different than Henry Ford. Henry Ford said, one of his main philosophies was, I want the people who work in my factory to be able to buy the product that they produce. Right. Therefore, he set a certain wage, and I believe it was $5 a week or something like that. It was back then when the dollar wasn't so deflated.
Back when it was real dollars.
When it was real dollars. But he said, I want them to be able to purchase the product that they're producing. Now we've come to this level where shit's so throwaway that they engineer it to be thrown away. We engineer it to be discarded so we can buy the next newfangled thing that has, oh wait, this guy, I love there was a meme that or a guy that did a little meme video, I want to say it was like 6-7 years ago. It was very prophetic. And he was like, the new iPhone whatever, new iPhone X. He's like, and he holds up his hand and he goes, it's invisible. He's like, there's no inputs, there's no screens, you don't have to worry about screens anymore. Just, it's there. And they're like, wait a minute. This is the emperor's new clothes. There's no fucking clothes, dude, at a certain point, you know? It's like, I want a quality product.
Yep.
I've got a pair of dress shoes that I bought with my daughter when she was 14. She went with me to the store. I bought a pair of shoes. I've had them resold twice. The leather on those shoes, I paid probably $100 15, 16 years ago. The leather hasn't worn out to this day. I replace a pair of Skechers every 6 months.
Right.
Okay? Now, I love my Skechers. They got the soles, but I wear them out. And so part of that's on me. I wear them out, right? But that pair of leather dress shoes that I wear, I've replaced the soles because that's what I wear out, walking. But the leather on those shoes is still intact. We can make quality products that don't have to be replaced until they need to be replaced. And we're not doing that. And we have this whole consumer dynamic that has destroyed us to where we don't have the cobblers anymore. We don't have the smiths that are making products. I pride myself in being able to fix a lot of shit or reclaim things and do things because I like to do it. I thought about it today when I was walking through and I thought, man, will it come to a place where, maybe the podcast or the band or something where we're the revenue is generating because we've established something. Because if you build it, they will come. So do we get to a place where we don't have to think about like fixing shit all the time? Because I fixed this microphone, and I was thinking about when I get to a place where I don't have to fix the microphone. It goes no, because at a certain point I'll still want to throw it on the workbench and put a podcast in my headphones and just fix something because it's fulfilling to me to go. Maybe I didn't make that thing, but I fixed it.
But when you have an ideology of depopulation and it's getting smaller and smaller, and your customer
Yeah.
base is getting smaller and smaller, you have to
Yeah.
build crappier products because you got to sell them faster.
Correct.
If we had actual natural growth and we wanted people to have kids
Yeah.
that were going to buy a new vehicle, you wouldn't have to make a crap vehicle, because if you make quality, everyone's going to keep buying that vehicle because you're having more kids. We're growing. What does it say in the Bible? It says, be fruitful and multiply. It
Yeah.
doesn't say be fruitful and
And once
let's
you
not
reach
have
a
any more
certain
kids.
level, we're not going to.
Right, right. Like the idea that like we've arrived and like it's just too bad. Don't bring kids into this world. Like they may not have a better idea than you got right now.
Right.
And I mean, it bothers me because the depopulation tool is destroying the world. It is destroying the world.
100%.
And the fact that what you just said, if you're doing a depopulation model, then everything you build has to perish and fall apart and do those things, because you need to bring that small base back in there by another one.
Yes.
Whereas if you had a natural growth in our country, rather than busing people and flying people in with our own tax dollars and NGOs, bottom line is our culture is being erased, and with it is our natural growth.
You're absolutely right. And I think about that dynamic as well, and we talked about it before the show, or I brought it up before the show, that it says to have dominion over the land, over the birds and the cattle and everything that creeps on the ground. It never says to have dominion over each other. And I think that's the number one perversion. We ascribe to the devil a lot of attributes. He's got, the devil's doing this, and it's the Hollywood devil. And I go, Jesus literally said the thief comes but to kill, steal, and destroy.
Yep.
You're just trying to kill, steal, and destroy. So, how do I kill? How do I steal? How do I destroy you? It's to take a lot of ingenuity over the land and over the birds, and then we're gonna have more abundance than we can ever. It's how we manage it and how we relate to each other that matters.
And protecting our youth and our children.
Huge.
Like right now, they are teaching a lifestyle
that's perverted.
that is extinction, but they're teaching it as freedom. And it's sad because these are kids that haven't even grown up yet, and they're little kids, and you're teaching them to shame their own, how they were born, how God created them.
Yeah.
Like I tell my daughter every day, I'm like, you do know you were created for a purpose. You do know that God loves you and I love you. And I said, and you were born, you are a beautiful girl. And I said, don't ever let somebody tell you that you're not, and there's no purpose or anything like that. But when you send your kids off to Caesar every single day, don't be surprised when they come back as Romans.
100%.
And the problem is we are not. Where are the dads? I guess I don't get it. As an 8-year-old, as a father of an 8-year-old, if my 8-year-old came home and told me that one of the teachers in her school told her that she should go get puberty blockers, you should have been a boy, or anything like that, God help them.
Right.
And where are those dads? The low T dudes, I guess that there's a ton of them.
A lot of beta males out there.
But seriously, like, where are you?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah.
And it just drives me crazy because we're watching them attack one generation, which is what socialism and communism does. You just got to capture one generation.
Yes.
And then you take them up, and they don't know any better.
Right.
It's kind of like what happened in New York right now. A lot of the younger youth people, they don't even know about the Twin Towers. They don't even really realize. All they know about it is the letters from, what's his name that they released, and they try to make him out to be a god after he... Osama. They released the letters and everything else. All they know about is that. And my problem is we can argue the theory of did they know, did they not know, whatever. But bottom line is, they are teaching what history they want it to be. Just like when they say it's our democracy. They literally mean it's their democracy. Because first of all, we all know we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic.
Yes.
Do we have democracy tendencies and voting and things? Yes. But like my 8-year-old daughter will tell you right now, I said, what's the biggest difference between a democracy and a constitutional republic? And she'll say, property rights.
Oh, shit.
The first thing she'll say, property rights. And she goes, you know what'll happen? And this is my 8-year-old.
Right.
She'll say, somebody could come up to you and say, well, you have a nicer house than me. You have nicer things than me. I should have it. Right. And she's 100% right. Democracy is a slippery slope. If 100% democracy is a slippery slope to socialism and communism. That's what my 8-year-old knows. But unfortunately, in our world right now, 8-year-olds are taught that they should hate their bodies, they should experiment. Right now, I think it's called the CISA or something of the state of Michigan, education for sex ed.
Oh,
They're
yes,
wanting to
it's all-
teach
yeah.
third graders
Yeah.
about having sex as soon as possible is good.
We have
That is
the-
going on in our, like Rockford
Yep.
schools with
Yep.
what happened with that girl. They tried to transition without the parents' knowledge.
Yep.
Who's now in court. That's the 12th case in Michigan.
We have we periodically have the Heartland School Board members on here
Yeah.
talking about that. But that dynamic, teaching your daughter that dynamic is huge. Just knowing that how powerful it is, property, because of three number one fundamental properties. You don't have a right to my productivity.
Yep.
That's my property. You don't have a right to my physical property,
Right.
and you don't have the right to my intellectual property.
Yep.
And to put those things in place, going, listen, the founding fathers wanted to put in place life, liberty, and property. They wanted that in place, and they
Yep.
go, wait a minute, property. Wait, there's an income tax. That's on my productivity.
Yep.
There's a property tax.
Yep.
That's on my physical living environment, and then there's a tax on my ability, my vehicle, my ability. The Fourth Amendment, Fourth Amendment, free travel. Third Amendment's no
Fourth
court.
Amendment is privacy.
Privacy, but it doesn't include.
Persons, papers,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Yes.
Yeah, free travel. Often cited, Fourth Amendment's cited as free travel. I have the right to be secure in my persons and effects. Is you can't stop me when I'm fucking traveling, right?
Yeah.
There's a sixth.
I got to reread the Bill of Rights.
That's why I keep two. That's why I keep two of these guys. But that's the thing is they're restricting us on our travel. They're restricting us
15-minute cities, man. They want it.
on our property, and they're restricting us on our productivity.
Yep.
That's all property.
Yep.
If I do my labor, you don't have a fucking right to do that.
Right.
Oh, dude, here's a case in point. I have a collection right now. My wife tells me. She's like, oh, they sent us the collections. 2017, we filed a extension, right? Coming to find out, once we did all of our taxes, as good little servants,
Slaves.
we had no liability in 2017 at all. Well, by the time we figured it out, we were in 2022, and there's a 7-year,
Yep.
right? But in 2022, when we filed it, we had no liability. In 2017, she got a notice earlier this year, in June or whatever, that they have a $5,000 penalty. Wait, a $5,000 penalty on owing nothing, but because we filed, according to you, late, but not according to the statute, late, and now you assess penalties on nothing, even though after 2020 there was a huge moratorium or a pause on all filing because of the lockdown bullshit. So you're telling me now that the IRS is sending me to fucking collections for $5,235 because we filed legally late and had no liability whatsoever on taxes, and you're gonna fucking send me this thing? Are you?
Show me the person, I'll make up a crime.
Are you fucking
Process
kidding
is
me?
the punishment.
So my wife's all stressed out, asking me how we're gonna deal with it, and I'm going, this is bullshit. Well, how do I convey to a little fucking front office worker that has no fucking clue? Yeah, give me like 20 of those. That none of this doesn't work. You can't, you don't own me. I'm not your slave. And I will fight tooth and nail to prove it to you. And I will do like little Georgie Bush and put a middle finger in your face before I just go, what are we doing? If this was 1774, 1775, we would take every W-2 up to the Capitol and set it on fire.
Mm-hmm.
like they did with the Boston Tea Party, dumping all the tea. They fought against a tea tax and what was the other tax?
Wasn't it like 3% or something? Was it?
Stamp tax, was it?
Stamp tax.
Was it 3% or something?
Very
3%.
small, very small.
And I mean, they lost it on that. So it's like looking at us now,
Dude,
it's unbelievable.
and they even sent them the olive branches. That's why the eagle on the dollar bill is holding the 13 olive leaves, is because they sent them an olive branch to the Great Britain and said, we're willing to compromise, if and then they're coming back and they're going like, dude, when a long train of usurpations advises itself under despotism, it's the right of the people to throw off the chains of their help me with the word, chains of their
Oppressors?
and say, fuck you, I'm out. Dude, I win tonight. I win.
You win. And one more point I want to make about the tariffs before we wrap up is, right now you see there's a lot of turmoil with the government shutdown.
Yeah.
Like Trump calls them kamikazes. That's what they're doing, is they're just causing as much mayhem as possible
100%.
so they can blame it on Trump and tank the economic recovery. And people aren't going to be hearing about that on the mainstream media. So we have to be out there. We have to be reaching out to the grassroots, hitting doors, talking to people, talking to our neighbors, letting
100%.
them know that this is beyond just an economic cycle. The tariffs and Trump's MAGA economics. This is about
This is their COVID 2.0 sabotage. This is what it is.
COVID sabotage, and we have to make sure that people know this isn't about just a slight economic downturn or recession. This is about generations to come, and we have to hold the line for President Trump, support Republicans, try to get as many good, solid, strong, conservative Republicans on the ballot through the primaries, but then, come November next year, vote straight ticket Republican, make sure that we can continue this, because if the Democrats are successful, they take back the House, they have the Senate, they're going to impeach Trump. They're going to obstruct everything Trump does,
right?
And that could put a wrench in the entire economic recovery and sabotage, our decade of hard work and struggle. So we can't be complacent. We can't, think that Trump's so great. Everyone has to see how great Trump is. People don't see that. They're still struggling. There's still inflation. There's still problems with the economy.
Yeah, and I mean, inflation got flattened, but they forget that, dude, under Biden, it went up like almost 22%. So that's still there. He flattened it. It would have been way worse.
Of course.
But bottom line is, and I was not doing a salute. But
bottom line, that out of
we just claim to be
context.
Democrat or left wing, and you're okay. As long as you're if you're Republican, then you're bad. No, I agree with that, and the amazing thing is how much they twist the dynamic, they twist that thing to pervert the dialogue. You could have a Democrat doing the same policy as a Republican, but if the Republican does it, it's evil. If the Democrat does it, it's good.
It's tribal.
It's very tribal. And I think of the inflation and go, well, inflation's going to go, and then Trump does everything he can to stem it, and he gets vilified. Yet if it's right now with the shutdowns, it's a continuation bill, right? And they voted to continue this multiple times.
Yep.
But now, since Trump's in office, we're not going to continue to. We're not going to do the continuation. And we look at what Trump is doing. He's standing his ground so hardcore. And no matter what, and I was going to ask you, Shane, is this the longest shutdown
in history? Yes, it is.
Okay, so we've reached that. So, and as detrimental as it is to some of the people, and I have compassion on people, the vast majority of people being affected by this are not the people that are productive. And my heart goes out completely for the veterans, and I love that Trump has worked to try to allocate money for our active duty servicemen. But when it all is said and done, we need to realize the leeches and the people that are exploiting the system are the ones being most effective, and that's what I want. I want you to be affected. I want you to be shaken into reality to go, you're not getting free shit anymore. Wake the fuck up.
And think about it. Those are the ones that are literally threatening to rob you coming out of the store of your groceries you bought with your hard-earned money.
Dude.
This is the same guy that says, I'm incapable of working and I can't do that, but they're threatening they're going to jump you?
Right?
It's like, how in the world is this person going to jump? I thought they couldn't work. I thought they couldn't do that, but they're going to overpower you and take their groceries?
How many videos
I'll wrap that card around their face.
How many videos did you see of the guys?
Yep.
The males. Let alone the 400-pound, 500-pound fucking
Fudge around the
chick lady.
What was that? What was that song? North of Richmond or something?
Yeah, exactly. But the able-bodied guys you see and going, and he goes, I don't work. I ain't working. You got to give me my SNAP benefits, man. And I go, you are listen, if anybody draws a distinction between the God of the New Testament and the God of the Old Testament, they go, well, God wouldn't be that way. You know, at a certain point, a loving God goes, you know what? Take those lazy fuckers out. Because it does come to that point where you go, you know what? If you let that group of people continue on, and I'm not saying I'm the arbiter and know who that group is. Mm-hmm. I'm saying in God's wisdom, the Lord goes, if you let that group of leeches continue on, you end up in idiocracy. You end up in that
Well, if
movie.
we don't question it, here's the problem I have.
gotta push
we
back.
don't question it. In Michigan alone, last year, $1.23 billion of our taxpayer dollars went to criminal aliens. Went to 65, well, they admit 65,000, probably more than that in our state, because Whitmer was bringing them in. But $1.23 billion of our money last year alone went to criminal aliens. So if we don't push back and we question who we're paying for, we're paying for everybody. I mean, shoot, if you want to incentivize these people to come, why do you think this is ever going to end?
No. You know what we need to do? We need to cut all of that tax incentive for any of the. We need to wipe out every single welfare industry and take a small portion of that money and give it to all of the churches throughout the state.
I trust them better than the government.
And then let the churches and the food banks distribute the money according to their their moral compass.
But we as Christians too, I mean, what is it? It's somewhere in the ballpark of 5 to 12% of every church actually tithes. 5 to 12%.
Right.
And of that 5 to 12%, only 4% consistently tithe.
Right.
That's a commandment of God. You're 10% first. If everybody followed that commandment alone, you wouldn't need all these benefits.
I have taken when I was doing full blown ministry, Heartland Fellowship Training Center. We did full blown ministry. We did one Christmas. We spent, I think it was $2,500 or $2,300. We went to the literal. I don't know. It wasn't Toys R Us. It was second store that was. It was over here. Anyways, we walked in there, spent over $2,000 in toys, and then walked into one of the normal distribution places. It wasn't Tots for Kids, but it was Toys for Tots.
Toys for Tots.
It was one of the other groups, but we walked in the back of the truck. Here's a bunch of toys, and we passed them out. And I go, we can do that with food banks. We can do that with all these things. We can do all this stuff. We don't need government intervention. In fact, when we have government intervention, we have corruption.
Abused.
We have abuse. We have look at the FEMA. Look at all these other places that.
Yeah, if you had a Trump sign up, they weren't going to help you. I mean, it was all biased. I mean, that's the problem I have is, I mean, and you look at when they broke down the budget this recent for Michigan, when they brought that budget.
Yeah.
They found out that there was prisoners getting sex changes on our dime. I mean, there was all kinds of crap in there.
Exactly.
And there was how many phantom jobs that they made up and they were paying for?
Right.
And the problem is like it's never going to get better if we don't ever push back and question it. We have to question. I don't care who's in office. I don't care if the best Republican ever got in office. We got to push back because our freedom, we earn what we have. We should have a right to where it goes and how it's spent.
And you said it earlier in the show, isn't that what we're doing with Trump? Is like when we agree with Trump, 100%.
Yep.
We support him 100%. But when we disagree with him, we're going to say something.
Yep.
Because we're not lemmings. We're not part of the cult.
100%.
We're not part of the just walk off the hill and the Pied Piper tweeted it to us. Shane, give me your final thoughts, buddy. Sign my paper.
I will. I hope that people are listening tonight. They have a message of hope. We see President Trump with his tariff policies overturning generations of bad policy. That's the what needs to be done to level the playing field and get us back to what America was supposed to be, a place where people can get a good job and raise their families and have a strong, solid community. So that's been taken away from us, but we're on the cusp of getting it back. You've got to stand with President Trump and make sure that we get as many strong MAGA Republicans through in the primary. That's what we need to be working on, and reaching out to the community and talking to people, letting them know what's going on, that it's not President Trump's policies that's causing all these problems with the Republicans. It's the Democrats and what they're doing to sabotage. We have to be the voices out there, making sure that people know exactly what's going on. So that's incumbent on us. We can't take our eyes off the ball. We have to be as aggressive as we were last year to get President Trump into office. We have to do that all over again next year. It's eternal vigilance, and we talked about nuclear energy on the horizon. So these are reforms, and these are innovations that will send energy prices coming down. The tariffs are going to bring jobs back into the country on a permanent basis. We're no longer going to be beholden to China and other foreign governments. And the economic message is something that will unify us. There's been division within the MAGA movement, particularly over recent weeks. But I think what will bring everyone together is the message of economic populism, is more jobs and more industry and a better life for all Americans. So that's what we need to focus on, bring people together, not give in to these divides, and make sure that the momentum that we've built does not dissipate in next year's midterms. I think tonight was overwhelmingly a message of hope. Usually I bring in dire messages to this podcast.
Kind of negative sometimes.
So I'm glad I
kind
didn't.
of salty.
No sharp objects.
I'm glad I didn't do that tonight. Hope that this gives people hope for a better tomorrow. No matter how much we're struggling, we have to be the ones out there who make this change for the better in our country. And I hope we all do that, and hope we're all successful because America depends on it.
Right. All right, give me a signature. All right, give me your final thoughts, brother.
Well, it's an inch by inch, city by city, township by township. It's a grassroots movement that's going to have to get it done. I have a great friend in Brian Panabacker that showed me how to do those things, and I'm trying to do my part. I got a lot of time to make up for being a Democrat or a dum-dum for so long and voting against my own morals and everything else, so I'm trying to make a difference. And you know what? This guy right here, if this guy didn't wake you up to what he did
Charlie
and
Kirk.
standing up,
Hell yeah.
and he went out there in the uncomfortable conversations. Remember, they shot the guy that wanted to have the conversations. And everybody in this room, we're all willing to have those conversations.
Right.
And we need to go, and we got to make sure that even when it's the awkward situation and you may not have people smiling and wanting to hug you or have a conversation, bottom line is we got to meet them where they are, and we got to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Now, we don't have to force it or anything else, but when we get an opportunity, we need to make the most of it. And bottom line is, to highlight what he said, we have to try to get America First people, candidates going forward.
Yeah.
And we have to have common sense. I mean, common sense. And Michigan has a chance here, especially with the governor's race. You got Wagner, that's a pretty good idea. Hudson, you got Tom Leonard. You have Cox is also one that said he wanted to possibly eliminate property tax.
That's huge.
And we actually have quite a few of them in there. And the people that are kind of upset about these debates and saying they're pointless and we're eating our own alive, remember, those big debates like that, they refine who you really need.
Bring ideas to the table.
That's right.
that wouldn't otherwise be introduced.
That's right. We need a big change in this state. I mean a monster. We cannot assume, just like Trump won and every one of our state and local candidates for the most part lost, we can't have that happen again. We have to win. This is it. I really believe that if we do not win this midterm coming up in 2026, we are going to be telling California, hold my beer. Because if you look at the policies that Whitmer's already signed, the detransition therapy bill and all the other stuff that's masked, mark my words, if we do not correct this and we get it back the other side, You will see all these bills that she has passed. They're going to rear their ugly head in a way you never imagined.
100%.
So that's mine.
I don't think John James was at those debates. Where was he?
John James?
Not there.
Yeah, he seemed to, he wasn't even doing push-up competitions, so I'm not sure what he was doing. He didn't even bring a guy until after Brian found somebody. Now he's got some guy he's endorsing, but Brian's the one that brought somebody to the table with Robert Lugerai in District 10.
Okay.
And it's a key seat. I hope everybody's paying attention over there.
We're going to have you back in a heartbeat. Dude, I love that. Dude, Shane. I love it. I love it. I'm doing my signature on here nice and big, like I kind of do a Trump.
All right.
I've developed that over time to where I just like move it back even further. Anyways, no, this is all good stuff. We've got to be well informed. We've got to be, we have to be educated. I know it was Brian Stelter, the great Brian Pumpkinhead Stelter, that said, you know, the most dangerous words in American dialect is do your own research. And no, we have to do our own research.
Yep.
This was the foundation of our country was these men of the community, the not even just the men of renown, but just the average men of the community came together and they listened and they asked questions and they had conversations and they figured out what was going on, and then they appointed men. And I keep coming back to this all the time. A representative republic, as you articulated earlier, we re-emphasize that all the time. I want to have my wife and children, when they were younger, tell me what they think as we're having a dialogue around the dining, you know, around the dinner table. And then I'm going to go to the tavern with the men of the community, and we're going to have a pint or two, and we're going to discuss those things. And I'm going to say, you know, but my wife and kids brought up to me such and such and such. And they go, yeah, well, you know, and then we're going to have this thing, and then we're going to look to it and go, you know what, Dave, I think you're going to be the best one to represent the collective thinking here in our community, and you'll definitely listen to us when we tell you that we don't think you're doing right. And the amazing thing is, and both of you guys are wearing Make America, Make Michigan Great Again, Shane, and you're wearing the Mega James, and I think we have a president that listens.
Yes, we do.
But is also a very strong, independent man. That's very rare. It's very rare to have that dualistic dynamic of a man who wants to hear what the people are thinking, wants to hear what the average person is concerned with, and yet is of his own integrity and his own strength to make decisions. We've lost the vast majority of those men within the American society. We've become cucked. We've become beta. We've become all of these, whatever you want to label you want to put on it. And these men are not standing up and saying, this is what I believe. I think that's part of your journey, James, is you just saw the D and you checked the box. Yep. And then when you were forced to, you took a step back and said, I'm not even going to be involved. And then you said, fuck, I got to get back involved. And you got back involved because it affected your family. It affected the dynamics around you. And I believe that those are the catalyzing moments within all of our lives on the side of right, not necessarily the right political wing, but on the side of right. Because
good and evil.
I don't give a shit about being on the Republican or the right side as much as I give a shit about laying my head on my pillow going, Lord, did I do what was best for me and my family and my community and my nation and the world? Did I make a choice that will ripple through and cause change and prosperity and hope and true benefit to those that I interact with? Or did I do something that was self-seeking and selfish and devious and demonic? You know, those are the things that I wrestle with. I don't wrestle with the greater political dynamics. I wrestle with, did I do today, did I hug that kid who needed that hug? You know, did I say a nice thing to my waitress? Did I tip enough? Did I do this enough when I was at the store? Did I smile at that person who needed just that enlightenment, just that moment of somebody being nice to them? Did I do that thing? Did I have an impact today that not only enlightens my soul and makes me a better person, but helped somebody else further on their journey to be empowered and be purposeful and be successful in life? I think these are the fundamental things we've got to continually come back to. When we talk about a representative republic, it goes beyond just a form of government. It comes back to, did I represent the best in who Christ has renewed me to be and who God originally created me to be as I walk out this life? I think that's the dynamic that we have to look at. It falls into tariffs, it falls into Trump, it falls into energy, it falls into all these areas. What is my fundamental base that I keep coming back to, so that when I speak, I'm speaking from a place of, I hope you prosper, and as your soul prospers, as John said in John 3, as you prosper, so I pray your soul prospers. Amen?
Amen.
Thank you all for tuning in tonight. It was a great show. James, pleasure meeting and hanging out with you tonight. I would keep wanting to say Vanessa. She's like missing the V.
Annessa.
Annessa was phenomenal tonight. Talking about she was cerebral. I loved it, but she was. You can tell we talked about it. She's like terminology. I'm like, all right, we'll pull her back or ground her in there, because when you're in that environment, you know, you speak in those terms and you don't think, wait, we got to redefine those terms. That was great. Shane, as always, you're my good friend. I love you, buddy. And this was a great conversation. I appreciate it so much. Everybody out there in YouTube land or whatever the fuck land you're in, hopefully Rumble land. Like, share, and subscribe, do all that stuff. I won tonight. I won the F-bombs. I wasn't trying. I think that has to be part of the rules. Is like, you can't try to drop the most S-bombs to get the most F-bombs. You have to every time you drop an F-bomb, you have to go, I didn't mean to do that. Like, genuine. It's a moral, it's a moral society, right? Who was it? Was it Adams? Who was it that said the Constitution only works with a moral society?
I believe it was Adams who said the Constitution only works with a fucking moral society.
Fucking moral society. Take your, yeah, fucking moral society. I agree with that. I like that. Hey, everybody, like, share, and subscribe. Do all that stuff. Thanks to all of you for tuning in tonight. And for those of you that are watching the restream, appreciate all of you. If you want to support the show, no super chats tonight, but we always highlight those. If you want to support the show, go to the Alex Jones store /This Is My Brain. Get some awesome products on there. I take the Shilajit compound. I take the turmeric. I take the Brain Force. And, of course, we take the methylene blue. They got the methylene red that's been out, but it's been out of stock for like the last 3-4 days. But go on there, find some awesome products, even just some T-shirts, stuff like that. Alex Jones, the AlexJonesStore.com /This Is My Brain. Where can they find you, James? You're part of the Autoworkers for Trump. Is there a website that we can go to?
You can go find me at.
Just hit your button real quick, buddy. Yep.
You can find me at. I had to change my name on Facebook because they threatened to kill me and stuff. So it's.
Is there a main website though that they can find the Autoworkers, or do you want
just go to Autoworkers for Trump on Facebook page,
Okay.
And you'll be able to find me and Brian.
And there's all the information on that?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And Shane, as always, the brand new party pack. You're kicking ass over there. What I love about Shane is, even though he'll default to obviously the Republican candidate and stuff like that, they do a huge amount of vetting and assessing a candidate's positions and holding them accountable.
Yeah, check us out. Find us on Grand New Party. Find us on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. We're having some website problems right now, so I won't plug the website. But
Okay.
check us out on every
Facebook,
social
yeah.
media platform. And right now we're doing a lot of outreach to Maha people. Want to get the Maha folks
shit.
back in
Let's
back in the fold. So
Get some Maha people on the show. Let's do this shit.
we'll do that soon. So yeah, that's our big
It's the fall
push right
season.
now.
Now we got to get them in studio. I mean, the Lions won. We don't have to worry about watching the rest of the game, and we can kick off the show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I love you guys. Appreciate you all tuning in. Like, share, and subscribe, as I always say. Do all that stuff, and we will catch you guys next time. Peace out.
This is my brain.
Dad, that's an egg.
Yeah, that's an egg.
Honey,
Dude,
that's an egg.
seriously. That's an egg.
It's a metaphor.
It's still an egg.
That's an egg. I would challenge you.
That's an egg.
I know my brain is not actually an egg, okay? It's a metaphor.
Metaphor or not, that's not your brain.
It's just an egg.
Una cerveza para mí. My egg is my brain.
Can I at least have some bacon, maybe some sausage with that egg, though?
Oh, I want some bacon.
I want crepes.
Have some bacon and pancakes with that egg.
I'll take it with cheese.
Extra large brown cage-free eggs.
Can I have your brain with hot cakes?
A little sausage and a little toast and potato.
That would be great.
Does it have antibiotics?
I don't know, man. I'm not good at this shit.
Well, they gotta be able to resist some diseases.
You resist the disease.
Has it got any hormones?
Maybe. It's cage free.
Vegetarian?
Maybe.
Are they vegan?
No, I eat steak.
Never apologize and never explain.
Never apologize.
Never apologize and never explain.